Chapter 40 of Supplements to the Fourth Book, From the World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. Supplements to the Fourth Book. Tous les hommes désireront uniquement de se délivrer de la mort. Ils ne savent pas se délivrer de la vie. Lao Tzu Tao De King, Julian edition, page 184. Chapter 40, Preface. The supplements to this fourth book would be very considerable if it were not that two of its principal subjects, which stand specially in need of being supplemented, the freedom of the will and the foundation of ethics, have, on the occasion of prize questions being set by two Scandinavian academies, been fully worked out by me in the form of a monograph, which was laid before the public in the year 1841 under the title The Two Fundamental Problems of Ethics. Accordingly, I assume an acquaintance on the part of my readers with the work which has just been mentioned, just as unconditionally as in the supplements to the second book, I have assumed it with regard to the work on the will in nature. In general, I make the demand that whoever wishes to make himself acquainted with my philosophy shall read every line of me. For I am no voluminous writer, no fabricator of compendiums, no earner of pecuniary rewards, not one whose writings aim at the approbation of a minister, in a word, not one whose pen is under the influence of personal ends. I strive after nothing but the truth, and write as the ancients wrote, with the sole intention of preserving my thoughts, so that they may be for the benefit of those who understand how to meditate upon them and prize them. Therefore I have written little, but that little with reflection and at long intervals, and accordingly I have also confined within the smallest possible limits those repetitions, which in philosophical works are sometimes unavoidable on account of the connection and from which no single philosopher is free. So that by far the most of what I have to say is only to be found in one place. On this account, then, whoever wishes to learn from me and understand me must leave nothing unread that I have written. Yet one can judge me and criticize me without this, as experience has shown. And to this also I further wish much pleasure. Meanwhile, the space gained by the said elimination of two important subjects will be very welcome to us. For since those explanations, which every man has more at heart than anything else, and which therefore in every system as ultimate results form the apex of its pyramid, are also crowded together in my last book, a larger space will gladly be granted to every firmer proof or more accurate account of these. Besides this, we have been able to discuss here as belonging to the doctrine of the assertion of the will to live, a question which in our fourth book itself remained untouched, as it was also entirely neglected by all philosophers before me. It is the inner significance and real nature of the sexual love which sometimes rises to a vehement passion, a subject which it would not have been paradoxical to take up in the ethical part of philosophy if its importance had been known. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41, Part 1, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, From the World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 41, On Death and its Relation to the Indestructibility of our True Nature. Part 1. Death is the true inspiring genius, or the muse of philosophy. Wherefore Socrates has defined the latter as thanatou meleti. Indeed, without death men would scarcely philosophize. Therefore it will be quite in order that a special consideration of this should have its place here at the beginning of the last, most serious, and most important of our books. The brute lives without a proper knowledge of death. Therefore the individual brute enjoys directly the absolute imperishableness of the species, for it is only conscious of itself as endless. In the case of men, the terrifying certainty of death necessarily entered with reason. But as everywhere in nature, with every evil a means of cure, or at least some compensation is given, the same reflection which introduces the knowledge of death also assists us to metaphysical points of view, which comfort us concerning it, and of which the brute has no need and is incapable. All religious and philosophical systems are principally directed to this end, and are thus primarily the antidote to the certainty of death, which the reflective reason produces out of its own means. Yet the degree in which they attain this end is very different, and certainly one religion or philosophy will, far more than the others, enable men to look death in the face with a quiet glance. Brahmanism and Buddhism, which teach man to regard himself as himself, the original being, the Brahm, to which all coming into being and passing away is essentially foreign, will achieve much more in this respect than such as teach that man is made out of nothing, and actually begins at birth, his existence derived from another. Answering to this, we find in India a confidence and a contempt for death of which one has no conception in Europe. It is, in fact, a hazardous thing to force upon a man, by early imprinting them, weak and untenable conceptions in this important regard, and thereby making him forever incapable of taking up correct and stable ones. For example, to teach him that he recently came out of nothing, and consequently through an eternity has been nothing, but yet for the future will be imperishable, is just the same as to teach him that although he is through and through the work of another, yet he will be held responsible through all eternity for his actions. If, then, when the mind ripens and reflection appears, the untenable nature of such doctrines forces itself upon him, he has nothing better to put in its place, nay, is no longer capable of understanding anything better, and thus loses the comfort which nature had destined for him also, as a compensation for the certainty of death. In consequence of such a process, we see even now in England, 1844, among ruined factory hands, the socialists, and in Germany among ruined students, the young Hegelians, sink to the absolutely physical point of view, which leads to the result, edite, bibite, post mortem nulla voluptas, and so far may be defined as bestialism. However, after all that has been taught concerning death, it cannot be denied that, at least in Europe, the opinion of men, nay, often even of the same individual, very frequently vacillates between the conception of death as absolute annihilation, and the assumption that we are, as it were, with skin and hair, immortal. Both are equally false. But we have not so much to find a correct mean, as rather to gain the higher point of view from which such notions disappear of themselves. In these considerations I shall first of all start from the purely empirical standpoint. Here there primarily lies before us the undeniable fact that according to the natural consciousness, man not only fears death for his own person more than anything else, but also weeps violently over the death of those that belong to him, and indeed clearly not egotistically for his own loss, but out of sympathy for the great misfortune that has befallen them. Therefore he also censures those who in such a case neither weep nor show sadness as hard-hearted and unloving. It is parallel with this that revenge, in its highest degree, seeks the death of the adversary as the greatest evil that can be inflicted. Opinions change with time and place, but the voice of nature remains always and everywhere the same, and is therefore to be heeded before everything else. Now here it seems distinctly to say that death is a great evil. In the language of nature, death means annihilation, and that death is a serious matter may be concluded from the fact that, as every one knows, life is no joke. We must indeed deserve nothing better than these two. In fact, the fear of death is independent of all knowledge, for the brute has it, although it does not know death. Everything that is born brings it with it into the world. But this fear of death is a priori, only the reverse side of the will to live, which indeed we all are. Therefore in every brute the fear of its destruction is inborn, like the care for its maintenance. Thus it is the fear of death, and not the mere avoidance of pain, which shows itself in the anxious carefulness with which the brute seeks to protect itself, and still more its brood, from everything that might become dangerous. Why does the brute flee, trembling, and seek to conceal itself? Because it is simply the will to live, but as such is forfeited to death and wishes to gain time. Such also by nature is man. The greatest evil, the worst that can anywhere threaten, is death. The greatest fear is the fear of death. Nothing excites us so irresistibly to the most lively interest as danger to the life of others. Nothing is so shocking as an execution. Now the boundless attachment to life, which appears here, cannot have sprung from knowledge and reflection. To these it rather appears foolish, for the objective worth of life is very uncertain, and at least it remains doubtful whether it is preferable to not being, nay, if experience and reflection come to be expressed, not being must certainly win. If one knocked on the graves and asked the dead whether they wished to rise again, they would shake their heads. Such is the opinion of Socrates in Plato's Apology, and even the gay and amiable Voltaire cannot help saying, On aime la vie, mais le néant ne laisse pas d'avoir du bon. And again, Je ne sais pas ce que c'est que la vie éternelle, mais ceci est une mauvaise plaisanterie. Besides, life must in any case soon end, so that the few years which perhaps one has yet to be vanish entirely before the endless time when one will be no more. Accordingly, it appears to reflection even ludicrous to be so anxious about this span of time, to tremble so much if our own life or that of another is in danger, and to compose tragedies, the horror of which has its strength in the fear of death. That powerful attachment to life is therefore irrational and blind. It can only be explained from the fact that our whole inner nature is itself will to live, to which, therefore, life must appear as the highest good, however embittered, short, and uncertain it may always be, and that that will, in itself and originally, is unconscious and blind. Knowledge, on the contrary, far from being the source of that attachment to life, even works against it, for it discloses the worthlessness of life, and thus combats the fear of death. When it conquers, and accordingly the man faces death courageously and composedly, this is honored as great and noble. Thus we hail then the triumph of knowledge over the blind will to live, which is yet the kernel of our own being. In the same way, we despise him in whom knowledge is defeated in that conflict, and who therefore clings unconditionally to life, struggles to the utmost against approaching death, and receives it with despair. And yet in him it is only the most original being of ourselves and of nature that expresses itself. We may here ask in passing, how could this boundless love of life and endeavour to maintain it in every way as long as possible be regarded as base, contemptible, and by the adherents of every religion as unworthy of this, if it were the gift of good gods, to be recognized with thankfulness? And how could it then seem great and noble to esteem it highly? Meanwhile, what is confirmed by these considerations is, 1, that the will to live is the inmost nature of man; 2, that in itself it is unconscious and blind; 3, that knowledge is an adventitious principle, which is originally foreign to the will; 4, that knowledge conflicts with the will, and that our judgment applauds the victory of knowledge over the will. If what makes death seem so terrible to us were the thought of not being, we would necessarily think with equal horror of the time when as yet we were not. For it is irrefutably certain that not being after death cannot be different from not being before birth, and consequently is also no more deplorable. A whole eternity has run its course while as yet we were not, but that by no means disturbs us. On the other hand, we find it hard, nay, unendurable, that after the momentary intermezzo of an ephemeral existence, a second eternity should follow, in which we shall no longer be. Should then this thirst for existence have arisen because we have now tasted it and have found it so delightful? As was already briefly explained above, certainly not. Far sooner could the experience gained have awakened an infinite longing for the lost paradise of non-existence. To the hope also of the immortality of the soul there is always added that of a better world. a sign that the present world is not much good. Notwithstanding all this, the question as to our state after death has certainly been discussed, in books and verbally, 10,000 times oftener than the question as to our state before birth. Yet theoretically the one is just as near at hand and as fair a problem as the other. And besides, whoever had answered the one would soon see to the bottom of the other. We have fine declamations about how shocking it would be to think that the mind of man, which embraces the world and has so many very excellent thoughts, should sink with him into the grave. But we hear nothing about this mind having allowed a whole eternity to pass before it came into being with these its qualities, and how the world must have had to do without it all that time. Yet no question presents itself more naturally to knowledge, uncorrupted by the will, than this. An infinite time has passed before my birth. What was I during this time? Metaphysically it might perhaps be answered, I was always I. That is, all who during that time said I were just I. But let us look away from this to our present entirely empirical point of view, and assume that I did not exist at all. Then I can console myself as to the infinite time after my death, when I shall not be, with the infinite time when I already was not, as a well accustomed and indeed very comfortable state. For the eternity a parte post without me can be just as little fearful as the eternity a parte ante without me, since the two are distinguished by nothing except the interposition of an ephemeral dream of life. All proofs also for continued existence after death may just as well be applied in partem ante, where they then demonstrate existence before life, in the assumption of which the Hindus and Buddhists therefore show themselves very consistent. Kant's ideality of time alone solves all these riddles. But we are not speaking of that now. This, however, results from what has been said, that to mourn for the time when one will be no more is just as absurd as it would be to mourn over the time when as yet one was not. For it is all the same whether the time which our existence does not fill is related to that which it does fill as future or as past. But also, regarded entirely apart from these temporal considerations, it is in and for itself absurd to look upon not being as an evil. For every evil, as every good, presupposes existence, nay, even consciousness. But the latter ceases with life, as also in sleep and in a swoon. Therefore the absence of it is well known to us, and trusted, as containing no evil at all. Its entrance, however, is always an affair of a moment. From this point of view, Epicurus considered death, and therefore quite rightly said, "Ο θάνατος μηδέν προς ημάς," death does not concern us, with the explanation that when we are, death is not, and when death is, we are not. To have lost what cannot be missed is clearly no evil. Therefore ceasing to be ought to disturb us as little as not having been. Accordingly, from the standpoint of knowledge, there appears absolutely no reason to fear death. But consciousness consists in knowing, therefore for consciousness, death is no evil. Moreover, it is really not this knowing part of our ego that fears death, but the fuga mortis proceeds entirely and alone from the blind will, of which everything living is filled. To this, however, as was already mentioned above, it is essential, just because it is will to live, whose whole nature consists in the effort after life and existence, and which is not originally endowed with knowledge, but only in consequence of its objectification in animal individuals. If now the will, by means of knowledge, beholds death as the end of the phenomenon with which it has identified itself, and to which therefore it sees itself limited, its whole nature struggles against it with all its might. Whether now it has really something to fear from death, we will investigate further on, and will then remember the real source of the fear of death, which has been shown here along with the requisite distinction of the willing and the knowing part of our nature. Corresponding to this, then, what makes death so terrible to us is not so much the end of life, for this can appear to no one specially worthy of regret, but rather the destruction of the organism, really because this is the will itself exhibiting itself as body. But we only really feel this destruction in the evils of disease or of old age. Death itself, on the other hand, consists for the subject only in the moment when consciousness vanishes, because the activity of the brain ceases. The extension of the stoppage to all the other parts of the organism which follows this is really already an event after death. Thus death, in a subjective regard, concerns the consciousness alone. Now what the vanishing of this may be, every one can to a certain extent judge of from going to sleep. But it is still better known to whoever has really fainted, for in this the transition is not so gradual, nor accompanied by dreams. But first the power of sight leaves us, still fully conscious, and then immediately the most profound unconsciousness enters. The sensation that accompanies it, so far as it goes, is anything but disagreeable. And without doubt, as sleep is the brother of death, so the swoon is its twin brother. Even violent death cannot be painful, for even severe wounds are not felt at all till some time afterwards, often not till the outward signs of them are observed. If they are rapidly mortal, consciousness will vanish before this discovery. If they result in death later, then it is the same as with other illnesses. All those also who have lost consciousness in water, or from charcoal fumes, or through hanging, are well known to say that it happened without pain. And now finally, the death which is properly in accordance with nature, death from old age, euthanasia, is a gradual vanishing and sinking out of existence in an imperceptible manner. Little by little in old age, the passions and desires with a susceptibility for their objects are extinguished. The emotions no longer find anything to excite them, for the power of presenting ideas to the mind always becomes weaker, its images fainter. The impressions no longer cleave to us, but pass over without leaving a trace. The days roll ever faster, events lose their significance, everything grows pale. The old man stricken in years totters about or rests in a corner, now only a shadow, a ghost of his former self. What remains there for death to destroy? One day asleep is his last, and his dreams are... They are the dreams which Hamlet inquires after in the famous soliloquy. I believe we dream them even now. End of chapter 41, part 1. Chapter 41, part 2, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 41. On death and its relation to the indestructibility of our true nature. Part 2. I have here also to remark that the maintenance of the life process, although it has a metaphysical basis, does not go on without resistance, and consequently not without effort. It is this to which the organism yields every night, on account of which it then suspends the brain function and diminishes certain secretions, the respiration, the pulse, and the development of heat. From this we may conclude that the entire ceasing of the life process must be a wonderful relief to its motive force. Perhaps this has some share in the expression of sweet contentment on the face of most dead persons. In general, the moment of death may be like the moment of awaking from a heavy dream that has oppressed us like a nightmare. Up to this point, the result we have arrived at is that death, however much it may be feared, can yet really be no evil. But often it even appears as a good thing, as something wished for, as a friend. All that have met with insuperable obstacles to their existence or their efforts, that suffer from incurable diseases or inconsolable griefs, have as a last refuge, which generally opens to them of its own accord, the return into the womb of nature, from which they arose for a short time, enticed by the hope of more favorable conditions of existence than have fallen to their lot, and the same path out of which constantly remains open. That return is the cessio bonorum of life. Yet even here it is only entered upon after a physical and moral conflict. So hard does one struggle against returning to the place from which one came out so lightly and readily, to an existence which has so much suffering and so little pleasure to offer. The Hindus give the god of death, Yama, two faces. one very fearful and terrible, and one very cheerful and benevolent. This partly explains itself from the reflections we have just made. At the empirical point of view at which we still stand, the following consideration is one which presents itself of its own accord, and therefore deserves to be accurately defined by illustration, and thereby referred to its proper limits. The sight of a dead body shows me that sensibility, irritability, circulation of the blood, reproduction, etc., have here ceased. I conclude from this with certainty that what actuated these hitherto, which was yet always something unknown to me, now actuates them no longer, thus has departed from them. But if I should now wish to add that this must have been just what I have known only as consciousness, consequently as intelligence, soul, this would be not only an unjustified, but clearly a false conclusion. For consciousness has always showed itself to me not as the cause, but as the product and result of the organised life, for it rose and sank in consequence of this in the different periods of life, in health and sickness, in sleep, in a swoon, in a waking, etc., thus always appeared as effect, never as cause of the organised life, always showed itself as something which arises and passes away, and again arises, so long as the conditions of this still exist, but not apart from them. Nay, I may also have seen that the complete derangement of consciousness, madness, far from dragging down with it and depressing the other forces, or indeed endangering life, heightens these very much, especially irritability or muscular force, and rather lengthens than shortens life if other causes do not come in. Then also I knew individuality as a quality of everything organised, and therefore, if this is a self-conscious organism, also of consciousness. But there exists no occasion now to conclude that individuality was inherent in that vanished principle which imparts life, and is completely unknown to me. All the less so as I see that everywhere in nature each particular phenomenon is the work of a general force, which is active in thousands of similar phenomena. But on the other hand, there is just as little occasion to conclude that because the organised life has ceased here, that force which hitherto actuated it has also become nothing, as little as to infer the death of the spinner from the stopping of the spinning wheel. If a pendulum, by finding its centre of gravity, at last comes to rest, and thus its individual apparent life has ceased, no one will imagine that gravitation is now annihilated, but every one comprehends that after as before it is active in innumerable phenomena. Certainly it might be urged against this comparison that here also, in this pendulum, gravitation has not ceased to be active, but only to manifest its activity palpably. Whoever insists on this may think instead of an electrical body, in which after its discharge electricity has actually ceased to be active. I only wish to show in this that we ourselves recognize in the lowest forces of nature an eternity and ubiquity with regard to which the transitory nature of their fleeting phenomena never makes us err for a moment. So much the less, then, should it come into our mind to regard the ceasing of life as the annihilation of the living principle, and consequently death as the entire destruction of the man. Because the strong arm which 3,000 years ago bent the bow of Ulysses is no more, no reflective and well-regulated understanding will regard the force which acted so energetically in it as entirely annihilated, and therefore upon further reflection will also not assume that the force which bends the bow today first began with this arm. The thought lies far nearer us, that the force which earlier actuated the life which now has vanished is the same which is active in the life which now flourishes. Nay, this is almost inevitable. Certainly, however, we know that, as was explained in the second book, only that is perishable which is involved in the causal series, but only the states and forms are so involved. On the other hand, untouched by the change of these, which is introduced by causes, there remain on the one side matter, and on the other side natural forces, for both are the presupposition of all these changes. but the principle of our life we must primarily, at least, conceive as a force of nature, until perhaps a more profound investigation has brought us to know what it is in itself. Thus, taken simply as a force of nature, the vital force remains entirely undisturbed by the change of forms and states, which the bond of cause and effect introduces and carries off again, and which alone are subject to the process of coming into being and passing away, as it lies before us in experience. Thus, so far, the imperishable nature of our true being can be proved with certainty. But it is true this will not satisfy the claims which are wont to be made upon proofs of our continued existence after death, nor ensure the consolation which is expected from such proofs. However, it is always something, and whoever fears death as an absolute annihilation cannot afford to despise the perfect certainty that the inmost principle of his life remains untouched by it. Nay, the paradox might be set up that that second thing also, which, just like the forces of nature, remains untouched by the continual change under the guidance of causality, thus matter, by its absolute permanence, ensures us indestructibility, by virtue of which whoever was incapable of comprehending any other might yet confidently trust in a certain imperishableness. What, it will be said, the permanence of the mere dust, of the crude matter, is to be regarded as a continuance of our being? Oh, do you know this dust, then? Do you know what it is and what it can do? Learn to know it before you despise it. This matter which now lies there as dust and ashes will soon, dissolved in water, form itself as a crystal, will shine as metal, will then emit electric sparks, will by means of its galvanic intensity manifest a force which, decomposing the closest combinations, reduces earths to metals. Nay, it will, of its own accord, form itself into plants and animals, and from its mysterious womb develop that life for the loss of which you, in your narrowness, are so painfully anxious. Is it then absolutely nothing to continue to exist as such matter? Nay, I seriously assert that even this permanence of matter affords evidence of the indestructibility of our true nature, though only as in an image or simile, or rather only as an outline. To see this we only need to call to mind the explanation of matter given in chapter 24, from which it resulted that mere formless matter, this basis of the world of experience which is never perceived for itself alone, but assumed as constantly remaining, is the immediate reflection, the visibility in general of the thing in itself, thus of the will. Therefore, whatever absolutely pertains to the will as such holds good also of matter, and it reflects the true eternal nature of the will under the image of temporal imperishableness. Because, as has been said, nature does not lie, no view which has sprung from a purely objective comprehension of it and been logically thought out can be absolutely false, but at the most only very one-sided and imperfect. Such, however, is indisputably consistent materialism, for instance that of Epicurus, just as well as the absolute idealism opposed to it, like that of Berkeley. And in general every philosophical point of view which has proceeded from a correct aperçu and been honestly carried out. Only they are all exceedingly one-sided comprehensions, and therefore, in spite of their opposition, they are all true, each from a different point of view. But as soon as one has risen above this point of view, then they only appear as relatively and conditionally true. The highest standpoint alone, from which one surveys them all and knows them in their relative truth, but also beyond this in their falseness, can be that of absolute truth so far as this is in general attainable. Accordingly we see, as was shown above, that in the very crude and therefore very old point of view of materialism proper, the indestructibility of our true nature in itself is represented, as by a mere shadow of it, the imperishableness of matter, as in the already higher naturalism of an absolute physics, it is represented by the ubiquity and eternity of the natural forces, among which the vital force is at least to be counted. Thus even these crude points of view
contain the assertion that the living being suffers no absolute annihilation through death, but continues to exist in and with the whole of nature. The considerations which have brought us to this point, and to which the further explanations link themselves on, started from the remarkable fear of death which fills all living beings. But now we will change the standpoint and consider how, in contrast to the individual beings, the whole of nature bears itself with reference to death. In doing this, however, we still always remain upon the ground of experience. Certainly we know no higher game of chance than that for death and life. Every decision about this we watch with the utmost excitement, interest, and fear, for in our eyes all in all is at stake. On the other hand, nature, which never lies, but is always straightforward and open, speaks quite differently upon this theme, speaks like Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. What it says is this: the death or the life of the individual is of no significance. It expresses this by the fact that it exposes the life of every brute, and even of man, to the most insignificant accidents without coming to the rescue. Consider the insect on your path. A slight unconscious turning of your step is decisive as to its life or death. Look at the wood snail, without any means of flight, of defense, of deception, of concealment, a ready prey for all. Look at the fish carelessly playing in the still open net. The frog restrained by its laziness from the flight which might save it. The bird that does not know of the falcon that soars above it. The sheep which the wolf eyes and examines from the thicket. All these, provided with little foresight, go about guilelessly among the dangers that threaten their existence every moment. Since now nature exposes its organisms, constructed with such inimitable skill, not only to the predatory instincts of the stronger, but also to the blindest chance, to the humour of every fool, the mischievousness of every child without reserve, it declares that the annihilation of these individuals is indifferent to it, does it no harm, has no significance, and that in these cases the effect is of no more importance than the cause. It says this very distinctly and does not lie. Only it makes no comments on its utterances, but rather expresses them in the laconic style of an oracle. If now the All-Mother sends forth her children without protection to 1,000 threatening dangers, this can only be because she knows that if they fall back into her womb, where they are safe. Therefore their fall is a mere jest. Nature does not act otherwise with man than with the brutes. Therefore its declaration extends also to man. The life and death of the individual are indifferent to it. Accordingly, in a certain sense, they ought also to be indifferent to us, for we ourselves are indeed nature. Certainly, if only we saw deep enough, we would agree with nature, and regard life and death as indifferently as it does. Meanwhile, by means of reflection, we must attribute that carelessness and indifference of nature towards the life of the individuals to the fact that the destruction of such a phenomenon does not in the least affect its true and proper nature. If we further ponder the fact that not only, as we have just seen, are life and death dependent upon the most trifling accidents, but that the existence of the organized being in general is an ephemeral one, that animal and plant arise today and pass away tomorrow, and birth and death follow in quick succession, while to the unorganized things which stand so much lower an incomparably longer duration is assured, and an infinite duration to the absolutely formless matter alone, to which indeed we attribute this a priori. Then, I think, the thought must follow of its own accord, even from the purely empirical, but objective and unprejudiced comprehension of such an order of things, that this is only a superficial phenomenon, that such a constant arising and passing away can by no means touch the root of things, but can only be relative, nay, only apparent, in which the true inner nature of that thing is not included, the nature of which everywhere evades our glance and is thoroughly mysterious, but rather that this continues to exist undisturbed by it, although we can neither apprehend nor conceive the manner in which this happens, and must therefore think of it only generally as a kind of tour de passe-passe which took place there. For that, while what is most imperfect, the lowest, the unorganized, continues to exist unassailed, it is just the most perfect beings, the living creatures, with their infinitely complicated and inconceivably ingenious organizations, which constantly arise, new from the very foundation, and after a brief span of time absolutely pass into nothingness, to make room for other new ones like them coming into existence out of nothing. This is something so obviously absurd that it can never be the true order of things, but rather a mere veil which conceals this, or more accurately, a phenomenon conditioned by the nature of our intellect. Nay, the whole being and not being itself of these individuals, in relation to which death and life are opposites, can only be relative. Thus, the language of nature, in which it is given us as absolute, cannot be the true and ultimate expression of the nature of things and of the order of the world, but only as a patois du pays, that is, something merely relatively true, something to be understood cum grano salis, or, to speak properly, something conditioned by our intellect. I say an immediate intuitive conviction of the kind which I have tried to describe in words will press itself upon every one. That is, certainly only upon every one whose mind is not of an utterly ordinary species, which is absolutely only capable of knowing the particular simply and solely as such, which is strictly limited to the knowledge of individuals after the manner of the intellect of the brutes. Whoever, on the other hand, by means of a capacity of an only somewhat higher power, even just begins to see in the individual beings their universal, their ideas, will also to a certain extent participate in that conviction, and that indeed as an immediate and therefore certain conviction. In fact, it is also only small, limited minds that fear death quite seriously as their annihilation, and persons of decidedly superior capacity are completely free from such terrors. Plato rightly bases the whole of philosophy upon the knowledge of the doctrine of ideas, that is, upon the perception of the universal in the particular. But the conviction here described, which proceeds directly from the comprehension of nature, must have been exceedingly vivid in those sublime authors of the Upanishads of the Vedas, who can scarcely be thought of as mere men, for it speaks to us so forcibly out of an innumerable number of their utterances, that we must ascribe this immediate illumination of their mind to the fact that these wise men, standing nearer the origin of our race in time, comprehended the nature of things more clearly and profoundly than the already deteriorated race, oio nun bratoi esin, is able to do. But certainly their comprehension is assisted by the natural world of India, which is endowed with life in a very different degree from our northern world. However, thorough reflection, as pursued by Kant's great mind, leads by another path to the same result, for it teaches us that our intellect, in which that phenomenal world which changes so fast exhibits itself, does not comprehend the true ultimate nature of things, but merely its phenomenal manifestations. And indeed, as I add, because it is originally only destined to present the motives to our will, that is, to be serviceable to it in the pursuit of its paltry ends. End of chapter 41, section 2. Chapter 41, part 3, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 41, on Death and its Relation to the Indestructibility of our True Nature, Part 3. Let us, however, carry our objective and unprejudiced consideration of nature still further. If I kill a living creature, whether a dog, a bird, a frog, or even only an insect, it is really inconceivable that this being, or rather the original force by virtue of which such a marvellous phenomenon exhibited itself just the moment before, in its full energy and love of life, should have been annihilated by my wicked or thoughtless act. And again, on the other hand, the millions of animals of every kind, which come into existence every moment, in infinite variety, full of force and activity, can never, before the act of their generation, have been nothing at all,
and have attained from nothing to an absolute beginning. If now in this way I see one of these withdraw itself from my sight, without me knowing where it goes, and another appear without me knowing whence it comes; if, moreover, both have the same form, the same nature, the same character, and only not the same matter, which yet during their existence they continually throw off and renew, then certainly the assumption that that which vanishes and that which appears in its place are one and the same, which has only experienced a slight alteration, a renewal of the form of its existence, and that consequently death is for the species what sleep is for the individual. This assumption, I say, lies so close at hand that it is impossible not to light upon it, unless the mind, perverted in early youth by the imprinting of false views, hurries it out of the way, even from a distance, with superstitious fear. But the opposite assumption, that the birth of an animal is an arising out of nothing, and accordingly that its death is its absolute annihilation, and this with the further addition that man, who has also originated out of nothing, has yet an individual endless existence, and indeed a conscious existence, while the dog, the ape, the elephant are annihilated by death, is really something against which the healthy mind revolts, and which it must regard as absurd. If, as is sufficiently often repeated, the comparison of the results of a system with the utterances of a healthy mind is supposed to be a touchstone of its truth, I wish the adherents of the system which was handed down from Descartes to the pre-Kantian eclectics, nay, which even now is still the prevailing view of the great majority of cultured people in Europe, would apply this touchstone here. Throughout and everywhere the true symbol of nature is the circle, because it is the schema or type of recurrence. This is, in fact, the most universal form in nature, which it carries out in everything, from the course of the stars down to the death and the genesis of organized beings, and by which alone, in the ceaseless stream of time and its content, a permanent existence, that is, a nature, becomes possible. If in autumn we consider the little world of insects, and see how one prepares its bed to sleep the long, rigid winter sleep, another spins its cocoon to pass the winter as a chrysalis, and awake in spring rejuvenated and perfected, and finally how most of them, intending themselves to rest in the arms of death, merely arrange with care the suitable place for their egg, in order to issue forth again from it some day renewed. This is nature's great doctrine of immortality, which seeks to teach us that there is no radical difference between sleep and death, but the one endangers existence just as little as the other. The care with which the insect prepares a cell or hole or nest, deposits its egg in it, together with food for the larva that will come out of it in the following spring, and then quietly dies, is just like the care with which in the evening a man lays ready his clothes and his breakfast for the next morning, and then quietly goes to sleep. And at bottom it could not take place at all, if it were not that the insect which dies in autumn is in itself, and according to its true nature, just as much identical with the one which is hatched out in the spring, as the one who lies down to sleep is identical with the man who rises from it. If now, after these considerations, we return to ourselves and our own species, then cast our glance forward far into the future, and seek to present to our minds the future generations with the millions of their individuals in the strange form of their customs and pursuits, and then interpose with the question, whence will all these come? Where are they now? Where is the fertile womb of that nothing, pregnant with worlds, which still conceals the coming races? Would not the smiling and true answer to this be, where else should they be than there where alone the real always was and will be, in the present and its content? Thus with thee, the foolish questioner, who in this mistaking of his own nature is like the leaf upon the tree, which fading in autumn and about to fall complains at its destruction, and will not be consoled by looking forward to the fresh green which will clothe the tree in spring, but says lamenting, I am not these are quite different leaves. O foolish leaf, whither wilt thou? And whence should others come? Where is the nothing whose abyss thou fearest? Know thine own nature, that which is so filled with thirst for existence. Recognize it in the inner, mysterious, germinating force of the tree, which, constantly one and the same in all generations of leaves, remains untouched by all arising and passing away. And now, per phyllon genen toide kai andron, that is, qualis foliorum generatio, talis et hominum. Whether the fly which now buzzes round me goes to sleep in the evening, and buzzes again tomorrow, or dies in the evening, and in spring another fly buzzes which has sprung from its egg, that is in itself the same thing. But therefore the knowledge which exhibits this as two fundamentally different things is not unconditioned, but relative, a knowledge of the phenomenon, not of the thing in itself. In the morning the fly exists again. It also exists again in the spring. What distinguishes for it the winter from the night? In Burdach's Physiology, Volume 1, Section 275, we read, "Till 10 o'clock in the morning no Cercaria ephemera, one of the infusoria, is to be seen, in the infusion. And at 12 the whole water swarms with them. In the evening they die, and the next morning they again appear anew." So it was observed by Nisch 6 days running. So everything lingers but a moment and hastens on to death. The plant and the insect die at the end of the summer, the brute and the man after a few years. Death reaps unweariedly. Yet notwithstanding this, nay, as if this were not so at all, everything is always there and in its place, just as if everything were imperishable. The plant always thrives and blooms, the insect hums, the brute and the man exist in unwasted youth, and the cherries that have already been enjoyed 1,000 times we have again before us every summer. The nations also exist as immortal individuals, although sometimes their names change. Even their action, what they do and suffer, is always the same, although history always pretends to relate something different. For it is like the kaleidoscope, which at every turn shows a new figure, while we really always have the same thing before our eyes. What then presses itself more irresistibly upon us than the thought that that arising and passing away does not concern the real nature of things, but this remains untouched by it, thus is imperishable, and therefore all and each that wills to exist actually exists continuously and without end. Accordingly, at every given point of time, all species of animals, from the gnat to the elephant, exist together complete. They have already renewed themselves many thousand times, and withal have remained the same. They know nothing of others like them, who have lived before them, or will live after them. It is the species which always lives, and in the consciousness of the imperishable nature of the species and their identity with it, the individuals cheerfully exist. The will to live manifests itself in an endless present, because this is the form of the life of the species, which, therefore, never grows old, but remains always young. Death is for it what sleep is for the individual, or what winking is for the eye, by the absence of which the Indian gods are known, if they appear in human form. As through the entrance of night the world vanishes, but yet does not for a moment cease to exist, so man and brute apparently pass away through death, and yet their true nature continues just as undisturbed by it. Let us now think of that alternation of death and birth as infinitely rapid vibrations, and we have before us the enduring objectification of the will, the permanent ideas of being, fixed like the rainbow on the waterfall. This is temporal immortality. In consequence of this, notwithstanding thousands of years of death and decay, nothing has been lost, not an atom of the matter, still less anything of the inner being that exhibits itself as nature. Therefore every moment we can cheerfully cry, in spite of time, death, and decay, we are still all together. Perhaps we would have to accept whoever had once said from the bottom of his heart with regard to this game, "I want no more." But this is not yet the place to speak of this. But we have certainly to draw attention to the fact that the pain of birth and the bitterness of death are the two constant conditions under which the will to live maintains itself in its objectification. That is, our inner nature, untouched by the course of time and the death of races, exists in an everlasting present,
and enjoys the fruit of the assertion of the will to live. This is analogous to the fact that we can only be awake during the day on condition that we sleep during the night. And indeed the latter is the commentary which nature offers us for the understanding of that difficult passage. For the substratum, or the content, πληρωμα, or the material of the present, is through all time really the same. The impossibility of knowing this identity directly is just time, a form and limitation of our intellect. That on account of it, for example, the future event is not yet, depends upon an illusion of which we become conscious when that event has come. That the essential form of our intellect introduces such an illusion explains and justifies itself from the fact that the intellect has come forth from the hands of nature by no means for the apprehension of the nature of things, but merely for the apprehension of motives, thus for the service of an individual and temporal phenomenon of will. Whoever comprehends the reflections which here occupy us will also understand the true meaning of the paradoxical doctrine of the Eleatics, that there is no arising and passing away, but the whole remains immovable. Parmenides kai Melissas na anirun genesin kai phthoron dia to nomixein to pan akinitan. That is, Parmenides et Melissus ortum et interitum tolebant quoniam nihil moveri putabant. Light is also thrown here upon the beautiful passage of Empedocles, which Plutarch has preserved for us in the book Adversus Coloten, chapter 12. Nipioi, ugar, sphin, dolichophrones, esi, merimnai, oidi, gines thai, paros uk eon, elpidzusi, itikathniskein, kai exolusthai apanti, uk an, anir, toi auta, sophos, fresi, mantusaito, os ophra, mente biosi, todi bioton kaleusi, tofra men un esin kai sphin para dena kai esthla prin te pagen te brotoi kai epe luthen uden ar esin. That is, stulta et prolixas non admittentia curas pectora qui sperant existere posse, quod ante non fuit aut ullam rempessum protinus ire, non animo prudens, homo quod praesentiat ullus, dum vivunt, namque hoc vitae nomine signant, sunt et fortuna tum conflictantur utraque, ante ortum nihil est homo, nec post funera quidquam. The very remarkable and in its place astonishing passage in Diderot's Jacques le Fataliste deserves not less to be mentioned here. Un château immense au frontispice duquel on lisait Je n'appartiens à personne et j'appartiens à tout le monde. Vous y étiez avant que d'y entrer, vous y serez encore quand vous en sortirez. Certainly in the sense in which when he is begotten, the man arises out of nothing, he becomes nothing through death. But really to learn to know this nothing would be very interesting, for it only requires moderate acuteness to see that this empirical nothing is by no means absolute, that is, such as would in every sense be nothing. We are already led to this insight by the observation that all qualities of the parents recur in the children, thus have overcome death. Of this, however, I will speak in a special chapter. There is no greater contrast than that between the ceaseless flight of time, which carries its whole content with it, and the rigid immobility of what is actually present, which at all times is one and the same. And if from this point of view we watch in a purely objective manner the immediate events of life, the nunc stans becomes clear and visible to us in the centre of the wheel of time. To the eye of a being of incomparably longer life, which at one glance comprehended the human race in its whole duration, the constant alternation of birth and death would present itself as a continuous vibration, and accordingly it would not occur to it at all to see in this an ever new arising out of nothing and passing into nothing. But just as to our sight the quickly revolving spark appears as a continuous circle, the rapidly vibrating spring as a permanent triangle, the vibrating cord as a spindle, so to this eye the species would appear as that which has being and permanence, death and life as vibrations. We will have false conceptions of the indestructibility of our true nature by death, so long as we do not make up our minds to study it primarily in the brutes, but claim for ourselves alone a class apart from them under the boastful name of immortality. But it is this pretension alone, and the narrowness of view from which it proceeds, on account of which most men struggle so obstinately against the recognition of the obvious truth that we are essentially and in the chief respect the same as the brutes; nay, that they recoil at every hint of our relationship with these. But it is this denial of the truth which more than anything else closes against them the path to real knowledge of the indestructibility of our nature. For if we seek anything upon a wrong path, we have just on that account forsaken the right path, and upon the path we follow we will never attain to anything in the end but late disillusion. Up then, follow the truth, not according to preconceived notions, but as nature leads. First of all, learn to recognize in the aspect of every young animal the existence of the species that never grows old, which, as a reflection of its eternal youth, imparts to every individual a temporary youth, and lets it come forth as new and fresh as if the world were of to‐day. Let one ask himself honestly whether the swallow of this year's spring is absolutely a different one from the swallow of the first spring, and whether really between the two the miracle of the creation out of nothing has repeated itself millions of times in order to work just as often into the hands of absolute annihilation. I know well that if I seriously assured any one that the cat which now plays in the yard is still the same one which made the same springs and played the same tricks there 300 years ago, he would think I was mad. But I also know that it is much madder to believe that the cat of to‐day is through and through and in its whole nature quite a different one from the cat of 300 years ago. One only requires truly and seriously to sink oneself in the contemplation of one of these higher vertebrates in order to become distinctly conscious that this unfathomable nature, taken as a whole, as it exists there, cannot possibly become nothing. And yet, on the other hand, one knows its transitoriness. This depends upon the fact that in this animal the infinite nature of its idea, species, is imprinted in the finiteness of the individual. For in a certain sense it is of course true that in the individual we always have before us another being, in the sense which depends upon the principle of sufficient reason, in which are also included time and space, which constitute the principium individuationis. But in another sense it is not true, in the sense in which reality belongs to the permanent forms of things, the ideas alone, and which was so clearly evident to Plato that it became his fundamental thought, the centre of his philosophy, and he made the comprehension of it the criterion of capacity for philosophizing in general. End of chapter 41, part 3.
Chapter 41, Part 4, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 41, on Death and its Relation to the Indestructibility of our True Nature, Part 4. As the scattered drops of the roaring waterfall change with lightning rapidity, while the rainbow, whose supporter they are, remains immovably at rest, quite untouched by that ceaseless change, so every idea, that is, every species of living creature, remains quite untouched by the continual change of its individuals. But it is the idea, or the species in which the will to live is really rooted, and manifests itself, and therefore also the will is only truly concerned in the continuance of the species. For example,
The lions which are born and die are like the drops of the waterfall, but the leonitas, the idea or form of the lion, is like the unshaken rainbow upon it. Therefore Plato attributed true being to the ideas alone, that is, to the species; to the individuals only a ceaseless arising and passing away. From the profound consciousness of his imperishable nature really springs also the confidence and peace of mind with which every brute and even human individual moves unconcernedly along amid a host of chances, which may annihilate it any moment, and moreover move straight on to death. Out of its eyes, however, there shines the peace of the species, which that death does not affect and does not concern. Even to man this peace could not be imparted by uncertain and changing dogmas. But, as was said, the contemplation of every animal teaches that death is no obstacle to the kernel of life, to the will in its manifestation. What an unfathomable mystery lies, then, in every animal! Look at the nearest one. Look at your dog, how cheerfully and peacefully he lives. Many thousands of dogs have had to die before it came to this one's turn to live. But the death of these thousands has not affected the idea of the dog. It has not been in the least disturbed by all that dying. Therefore the dog exists as fresh and endowed with primitive force as if this were its first day, and none could ever be its last. And out of its eyes there shines the indestructible principle in it, the archeus. What then has died during those thousands of years? Not the dog. It stands unscathed before us. Merely its shadow, its image in our form of knowledge which is bound to time. Yet how can one even believe that that passes away which for ever and ever exists and fills all time? Certainly the matter can be explained empirically. In proportion as death destroyed the individuals, generation produced new ones. But this empirical explanation is only an apparent explanation. It puts one riddle in the place of the other. The metaphysical understanding of the matter, although not to be got so cheaply, is yet the only true and satisfying one. Kant, in his subjective procedure, brought to light the truth that time cannot belong to the thing in itself, because it lies pre-formed in our apprehension. Now death is the temporal end of the temporal phenomenon, but as soon as we abstract time, there is no longer any end, and this word has lost all significance. But I, here, upon the objective path, am trying to show the positive side of the matter, that the thing in itself remains untouched by time, and by that which is only possible through time, arising and passing away, and that the phenomena in time could not have even that ceaselessly fleeting existence which stands next to nothingness, if there were not in them a kernel of the infinite. Eternity is certainly a conception which has no perception as its foundation. Accordingly, it has also a merely negative content. It signifies a timeless existence. Time is yet merely an image of eternity, ο χρόνος εικον των αιώνας, as Plotinus has it, and in the same way our temporal existence is a mere image of our true nature. This must lie in eternity, just because time is only the form of our knowledge. But on account of this alone do we know our own existence, and that of all things as transitory, finite, and subject to annihilation. In the second book, I have shown that the adequate objectivity of the will as the thing in itself, at each of its grades, is the Platonic idea. Similarly, in the third book, that the ideas of things have the pure subject of knowledge as their correlative. Consequently, the knowledge of them only appears exceptionally and temporarily under specially favourable conditions. For individual knowledge, on the other hand, thus in time, the idea presents itself under the form of the species, which is the idea broken up through its entrance into time. Therefore the species is the most immediate objectification of the thing in itself, that is, of the will to live. The inmost nature of every brute, and also of man, accordingly lies in the species. Thus the will to live, which is so powerfully active, is rooted in this, not really in the individual. On the other hand, in the individual alone lies the immediate consciousness. Accordingly it imagines itself different from the species, and therefore fears death. The will to live manifests itself in relation to the individual as hunger and the fear of death, in relation to the species as sexual instinct and passionate care for the offspring. In agreement with this we find nature, which is free from that delusion of the individual, as careful for the maintenance of the species as it is indifferent to the destruction of the individuals. The latter are always only means, the former is the end. Therefore a glaring contrast appears between its niggardliness in the endowment of the individuals and its prodigality when the species is concerned. In the latter case, from one individual are often annually obtained 100,000 germs and more. For example, from trees, fishes, crabs, termites, and many others. In the former case, on the contrary, only barely enough in the way of powers and organs is given to each to enable it with ceaseless effort to maintain its life. And therefore, if an animal is injured or weakened, it must, as a rule, starve. And where an incidental saving was possible, through the circumstance that one part could upon necessity be dispensed with, it has been withheld, even out of order. Hence, for example, many caterpillars are without eyes. The poor creatures grope in the dark from leaf to leaf, which, since they lack feelers, they do by moving 3/4 of their body back and forward in the air, till they find some object. Hence, they often miss their food, which is to be found close by. But this happens in consequence of the lex parsimoniae naturae, to the expression of which natura nihil facit supervacaneum one may add et nihil largitur. The same tendency of nature shows itself also in the fact that the more fit the individual is, on account of its age, for the propagation of the species, the more powerfully does the vis naturae medicatrix manifest itself in him, and therefore his wounds heal easily, and he easily recovers from diseases. This diminishes along with the power of generation, and sinks low after it is extinct, for now in the eyes of nature the individual has become worthless. If now we cast another glance at the scale of existences, with the whole of their accompanying gradations of consciousness, from the polyp up to man, we see this wonderful pyramid, kept in ceaseless oscillation certainly by the constant death of the individuals, yet by means of the bond of generation, enduring in the species through the infinite course of time. While then, as was explained above, the objective, the species, presents itself as indestructible, the subjective, which consists merely in the self-consciousness of these beings, seems to be of the shortest duration, and to be unceasingly destroyed, in order just as often to come forth again from nothing in an incomprehensible manner. But indeed, one must be very short-sighted to let oneself be deceived by this appearance, and not to comprehend that although the form of temporal permanence only belongs to the objective, the subjective, that is, the will, which lives and manifests itself in all, and with it the subject of the knowledge in which all exhibits itself, must be not less indestructible, because the permanence of the objective or external can yet only be the phenomenal appearance of the indestructibility of the subjective or internal. For the former can possess nothing which it has not received on loan from the latter, and cannot be essentially and originally an objective, a phenomenon, and then secondarily and accidentally a subjective, a thing in itself, a self‐consciousness. For clearly the former, as a manifestation, presupposes something which manifests itself, as being for other presupposes a being for self, and as object presupposes a subject, and not conversely, because everywhere the root of things must lie in that which they are for themselves, thus in the subjective, not in the objective, that is, in that which they are only for others in a foreign consciousness. Accordingly, we found in the first book that the right starting point for philosophy is essentially and necessarily the subjective, that is, the idealistic starting point, and also that the opposite starting point, that which proceeds from the objective, leads to materialism. At bottom, however, we are far more one with the world than we commonly suppose. Its inner nature is our will, its phenomenal appearance is our idea. For any one who could bring this unity of being to distinct consciousness, the difference between the continuance of the external world after his death and his own continuance after death would vanish. The two would present themselves to him as one and the same, nay, he would laugh at the delusion that could separate them. For the understanding of the indestructibility of our nature coincides with that of the identity of the macrocosm and the microcosm. Meanwhile, one may obtain light upon what is said here by a peculiar experiment, performed by means of the imagination, an experiment which might be called metaphysical. Let any one try to present vividly to his mind the time, in any case not far distant, when he will be dead. Then he thinks himself away and lets the world go on existing. But soon, to his own astonishment, he will discover that he was nevertheless still there. For he intended to present the world to his mind without himself, but the ego is the immediate element in consciousness, through which alone the world is brought about, and for which alone it exists. This centre of all existence, this kernel of all reality, is to be abolished, and yet the world is to go on existing. It is a thought which can be conceived in the abstract, but not realized. The endeavour to accomplish this, the attempt to think the secondary without the primary, the conditioned without the condition, that which is supported without the supporter, always fails. Much in the same way as the attempt to think an equilateral right-angled triangle, or a destruction or origination of matter, and similar impossibilities. Instead of what was intended, the feeling here presses upon us that the world is not less in us than we in it, and that the source of all reality lies within us. The result is really this: the time when I shall not be will objectively come, but subjectively it can never come. It might therefore, indeed, be asked how far every one, in his heart, actually believes in a thing which he really cannot conceive at all, or whether, since the profound consciousness of the indestructibleness of our true nature associates itself with that merely intellectual experiment, which, however, has already been made more or less distinctly by every one, whether, I say, our own death is not perhaps for us at bottom the most incredible thing in the world. The deep conviction of the indestructibleness of our nature through death, which, as is also shown by the inevitable qualms of conscience at its approach, every one carries at the bottom of his heart, depends altogether upon the consciousness of the original and eternal nature of our being. Therefore Spinoza expresses it thus: sentimus experimurque nos aeternos esse. For a reasonable man can only think of himself as imperishable because he thinks of himself as without beginning, as eternal, in fact, as timeless. Whoever, on the other hand, regards himself as having become out of nothing must also think that he will again become nothing, for that an eternity had passed before he was, and then a second eternity had begun, through which he will never cease to be, is a monstrous thought. Really, the most solid ground for our immortality is the old principle: ex nihilo nihil fit, et in nihilum nihil potest reverti. Theophrastus Paracelsus very happily says, in Works, Strasbourg, 1603, Volume 2, page 6, "The soul in me has arisen out of something; therefore it does not come to nothing, for it comes out of something." He gives the true reason. But whoever regards the birth of the man as his absolute beginning must regard death as his absolute end. For both are what they are in the same sense. Consequently, every one can only think of himself as immortal so far as he also thinks of himself as unborn, and in the same sense. What birth is, that also is death, according to its nature and significance. It is the same line drawn in two directions. If the former is an actual arising out of nothing, then the latter is also an actual annihilation. But in truth it is only by means of the eternity of our real being that we can conceive it as imperishable, and consequently this imperishableness is not temporal. The assumption that man is made out of nothing leads necessarily to the assumption that death is his absolute end. Thus in this the Old Testament is perfectly consistent, for no doctrine of immortality is suitable to a creation out of nothing. New Testament Christianity has such a doctrine because it is Indian in spirit, and therefore more than probably also of Indian origin, although only indirectly through Egypt. But to the Jewish stem, upon which that Indian wisdom had to be grafted in the Holy Land, such a doctrine is as little suited to the freedom of the will to its determinism, or as humano capiti cervicem pictor equinam jungere si velit. It is always bad if one cannot be thoroughly original, and dare not carve out of the whole wood. Brahmanism and Buddhism, on the other hand, have quite consistently, besides the continued existence after death, an existence before birth to expiate the guilt of which we have this life. Moreover, how distinctly conscious they were of the necessary consistency in this is shown by the following passage from Colebrooke's History of the Indian Philosophy in the Transactions of the Asiatic London Society, Volume 1, page 577. Quote, "Against the system of the Bhagavatas, which is but partially heretical, the objection upon which the chief stress is laid by Vyaso is, that the soul would not be eternal if it were a production, and consequently had a beginning." End quote. Further, in Upham's Doctrine of Buddhism, page 110, it is said, quote, "The lot in hell of impious persons called deity is the most severe. These are they who, discrediting the evidence of Buddha, adhere to the heretical doctrine that all living beings had their beginning in the mother's womb and will have their end in death." End of chapter 41, part 4.
Chapter 41, Part 5, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 41, on Death and its Relation to the Indestructibility of our True Nature, Part 5. Whoever conceives his existence as merely accidental must certainly fear that he will lose it by death. On the other hand, whoever sees, even only in general, that his existence rests upon some kind of original necessity, will not believe that this which has produced so wonderful a thing is limited to such a brief span of time, but that it is active in every one. But he will recognize his existence as necessary, who reflects that up till now, when he exists, already an infinite time, thus also an infinity of changes has run its course. But in spite of this he yet exists. Thus the whole range of all possible states has already exhausted itself without being able to destroy his existence. If he could never not be, he would already not be now. For the infinity of the time that has already elapsed, with the exhausted possibility of the events in it, guarantees that what exists, exists necessarily. Therefore every one must conceive himself as a necessary being. That is, as a being whose existence would follow from its true and exhaustive definition, if one only had it. In this line of thought, then, really lies the only immanent proof of the imperishableness of our nature, that is, the only proof of this that holds good within the sphere of empirical data. In this nature existence must inhere, because it shows itself as independent of all states which can possibly be introduced through the chain of causes. For these states have already done what they could, and yet our existence has remained unshaken by it, as the ray of light by the storm wind which it cuts through. If time, of its own resources, could bring us to a happy state, then we would already have been there long ago, for an infinite time lies behind us. But also, if it could lead us to destruction, we would already have long been no more. From the fact that we now exist, it follows, if well considered, that we must at all times exist. For we are ourselves the nature which time has taken up into itself in order to fill its void. Consequently, it fills the whole of time, present, past, and future in the same way, and it is just as impossible for us to fall out of existence as to fall out of space. Carefully considered, it is inconceivable that what once exists in all the strength of reality should ever become nothing, and then not be, through an infinite time. Hence has arisen the Christian doctrine of the restoration of all things, that of the Hindus of the constantly repeated creation of the world by Brahma,
together with similar dogmas of the Greek philosophers. The great mystery of our being and not being, to explain which these and all kindred dogmas have been devised, ultimately rests upon the fact that the same thing which objectively constitutes an infinite course of time is subjectively an indivisible, ever-present present. But who comprehends it? It has been most distinctly set forth by Kant in his immortal doctrine of the ideality of time and the sole reality of the thing in itself. For it results from this that the really essential part of things, of man, of the world, lies permanently and enduringly in the nunc stans, firm and immovable, and that the change of the phenomena and events is a mere consequence of our apprehension of them by means of our form of perception, which is time. Accordingly, instead of saying to men, ye have arisen through birth, but are immortal, one ought to say to them, ye are not nothing, and teach them to understand this in the sense of the saying attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, togar on ae estai, that is, quod enim est, erit semper. If, however, this does not succeed, but the anxious heart raises its old lament, I see all beings arise through birth out of nothing, and after a brief term again return to this. My existence also now in the present will soon lie in the distant past, and I will be nothing. The right answer is, dost thou not exist? Hast thou not within thee the valuable present, after which ye children of time so eagerly strive, now within, actually within? And dost thou understand how thou hast attained to it? Knowest thou the paths which have led thee to it, that thou canst know they will be shut against thee by death? An existence of thyself after the destruction of thy body is not conceivable by thee as possible, but can it be more inconceivable to thee than thy present existence, and how thou hast attained to it? Why shouldst thou doubt but that the secret paths to this present, which stood open to thee, will also stand open to every future present? If, then, considerations of this kind are at any rate adapted to awaken the conviction that there is something in us which death cannot destroy, this yet only takes place by raising us to a point of view from which birth is not the only beginning of our existence. For from this it follows that what is proved to be indestructible by death is not properly the individual, which, moreover, as having arisen through generation, and having in itself the qualities of the father and mother, presents itself as a mere difference of the species, but as such can only be finite. As, in accordance with this, the individual has no recollection of its existence before its birth, so it can have no remembrance of its present existence after death. But every one places his ego in consciousness. This seems to him, therefore, to be bound to individuality, with which, besides, everything disappears which is peculiar to him, as to this, and distinguishes him from others. His continued existence without individuality becomes to him therefore indistinguishable from the continuance of other beings, and he sees his ego sink. But whoever thus links his existence to the identity of consciousness, and therefore desires an endless existence after death for this, ought to reflect that he can certainly only attain this at the price of just as endless a past before birth. For since he has no remembrance of an existence before birth, thus his consciousness begins with birth, he must accept his birth as an origination of his existence out of nothing. But then he purchases the endless time of his existence after death for just as long a time before birth. Thus the account balances without any profit for him. If, on the other hand, the existence which death leaves untouched is different from that of the individual consciousness, then it must be independent of birth, just as of death, and therefore with regard to it, it must be equally true to say, I will always be, and I have always been, which then gives two infinities for one. But the great equivocation really lies in the word I, as any one will see at once who remembers the contents of our second book, and the separation which is made there of the willing from the knowing part of our nature. According as I understand this word, I can say, death is my complete end, or this my personal phenomenal existence is just as infinitely small a part of my true nature as I am of the world. But the eye is the dark point in consciousness, as on the retina the exact point at which the nerve of sight enters is blind, as the brain itself is entirely without sensation, the body of the sun is dark, and the eye sees all except itself. Our faculty of knowledge is directed entirely towards without, in accordance with the fact that it is the product of a brain function, which has arisen for the purpose of mere self-maintenance, thus of the search for nourishment and the capture of prey. Therefore every one knows himself only as this individual, as it presents itself in external perception. If, on the other hand, he could bring to consciousness what he is besides and beyond this, then he would willingly give up his individuality, smile at the tenacity of his attachment to it, and say, "What is the loss of this individuality to me, who bear in myself the possibility of innumerable individualities?" He would see that even if a continued existence of his individuality does not lie before him, it is yet quite as good as if he had such an existence, because he carries in himself complete compensation for it. Besides, however, it may further be taken into consideration that the individuality of most men is so miserable and worthless that with it they truly lose nothing, and that in them which may still have some worth is the universal human element. But to this imperishableness can be promised. Indeed, even the rigid unalterableness and essential limitation of every individual would, in the case of an endless duration of it, necessarily at last produce such great weariness by its monotony that only to be relieved of this one would prefer to become nothing. To desire that the individuality should be immortal really means to wish to perpetuate an error infinitely. For at bottom every individuality is really only a special error, a false step, something that had better not be. Nay, something which it is the real end of life to bring us back from. This also finds confirmation in the fact that the great majority, indeed really all men, are so constituted that they could not be happy in whatever kind of world they might be placed. In proportion as such a world excluded want and hardship, they would become a prey to ennui, and in proportion as this was prevented, they would fall into want, misery, and suffering. Thus for a blessed condition of man, it would be by no means sufficient that he should be transferred to a better world, but it would also be necessary that a complete change should take place in himself, that thus he should no longer be what he is, and, on the contrary, should become what he is not. But for this he must first of all cease to be what he is. This desideratum is, as a preliminary, supplied by death, the moral necessity of which can already be seen from this point of view. To be transferred to another world and to have his whole nature changed are at bottom one and the same. Upon this also ultimately rests that dependence of the objective upon the subjective which the idealism of our first book shows. Accordingly, here lies the point at which the transcendent philosophy links itself on to ethics. If one considers this, one will find that the awaking from the dream of life is only possible through the disappearance along with it of its whole ground warp also. But this is its organ itself, the intellect together with its forms, with which the dream would spin itself out without end, so firmly is it incorporated with it. That which really dreamt this dream is yet different from it, and alone remains over. On the other hand, the fear that with death all will be over may be compared to the case of one who imagines in a dream that there are only dreams without a dreamer. But now, after an individual consciousness has once been ended by death, would it even be desirable that it should be kindled again in order to continue forever? The greater part of its content, nay, generally its whole content, is nothing but a stream of small, earthly, paltry thoughts and endless cares. Let them then at last be stilled. Therefore, with a true instinct, the ancients inscribed upon their gravestones Securitate perpetuae or Bonae quieti. But if here, as so often has happened, a continued existence of the individual consciousness should be desired, in order to connect with it a future reward or punishment, what would really be aimed at in this would simply be the compatibility of virtue and egoism. But these two will never embrace. They are fundamentally opposed. On the other hand, the conviction is well founded, which the sight of noble conduct calls forth, that the spirit of love, which enjoins one man to spare his enemy, and another to protect at the risk of his life someone whom he has never seen before, can never pass away and become nothing. The most thorough answer to the question as to the continued existence of the individual after death lies in Kant's great doctrine of the ideality of time, which just here shows itself specially fruitful and rich in consequences, for it substitutes a purely theoretical but well-proved insight for dogmas which upon one path as upon the other lead to the absurd, and thus settles at once the most exciting of all metaphysical questions. Beginning, ending, and continuing are conceptions which derive their significance simply and solely from time, and are therefore valid only under the presupposition of this. But time has no absolute existence. It is not the manner of being of the thing in itself, but merely the form of our knowledge of our existence and nature, and that of all things, which is just on this account very imperfect, and is limited to mere phenomena. Thus, with reference to this knowledge alone do the conceptions of ceasing and continuing find application, not with reference to that which exhibits itself in these, the inner being of things in relation to which these conceptions have therefore no longer any meaning. For this shows itself also in the fact that an answer to the question which arises from those time conceptions is impossible, and every assertion of such an answer, whether upon one side or the other, is open to convincing objections. One might indeed assert that our true being continues after death because it is false that it is destroyed, but one might just as well assert that it is destroyed because it is false that it continues. At bottom the one is as true as the other. Accordingly, something like an antinomy might certainly be set up here. But it would rest upon mere negations. In it one would deny two contradictorily opposite predicates of the subject of the judgment, but only because the whole category of these predicates would be inapplicable to that subject. But if now one denies these two predicates, not together but separately, it appears as if the contradictory opposite of the predicate, which in each case is denied, were proved of the subject of the judgment. This, however, depends upon the fact that here incommensurable quantities are compared, for the problem removes us to a scene where time is abolished, and yet asks about temporal properties, which it is consequently equally false to attribute to, or to deny of, the subject. This just means, the problem is transcendent. In this sense, death remains a mystery. On the other hand, adhering to that distinction between phenomenon and thing in itself, we can make the assertion that as phenomenon, man is certainly perishable, but yet his true being will not be involved in this. Thus, this true being is indestructible, although, on account of the elimination of time conceptions which is connected with it, we cannot attribute to it continuance. Accordingly, we would be led here to the conception of an indestructibility which would yet be no continuance. Now this is a conception which, having been obtained on the path of abstraction, can certainly also be thought in the abstract, but yet cannot be supported by any perception, and consequently cannot really become distinct. Yet, on the other hand, we must here keep in mind that we have not, like Kant, absolutely given up the knowledge of the thing in itself, but know that it is to be sought for in the will. It is true that we have never asserted an absolute and exhaustive knowledge of the thing in itself, but rather have seen very well that it is impossible to know anything as it is absolutely and in itself. For as soon as I know, I have an idea. But this idea, just because it is my idea, cannot be identical with what is known, but repeats it in an entirely different form. For it makes a being for other out of a being for self, and is thus always to be regarded as a phenomenal appearance of the thing in itself. Therefore, for a knowing consciousness, however it may be constituted, there can be always only phenomena. This is not entirely obviated even by the fact that it is my own nature which is known. For since it falls within my knowing consciousness, it is already a reflex of my nature, something different from this itself, thus already in a certain degree phenomenon. So far, then, as I am a knowing being, I have even in my own nature really only a phenomenon. So far, on the other hand, as I am directly this nature itself, I am not a knowing being. For it is sufficiently proved in the second book that knowledge is only a secondary property of our being, and introduced by its animal nature. Strictly speaking, then, we know even our own will always merely as phenomenon, and not, as it may be, absolutely in and for itself. But in that second book, and also in my work upon the will in nature, it is fully explained and proved that if, in order to penetrate into the inner nature of things, leaving what is given merely indirectly and from without, we stick to the only phenomenon into the nature of which an immediate insight from within is attainable, we find in this quite definitely as the ultimate kernel of reality the will, in which therefore we recognise the thing in itself in so far as it has here no longer space, although it still has time, for its form consequently really only in its most immediate manifestation, and with the reservation that this knowledge of it is still not exhaustive and entirely adequate. Thus in this sense we retain here also the conception of will as that of the thing in itself. End of chapter 41, part 6.
Chapter 47, Part 6, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 41, on Death and its Relation to the Indestructibility of our True Nature, Part 6. The conception of ceasing to be is certainly applicable to man as a phenomenon in time, and empirical knowledge plainly presents death as the end of this temporal existence. The end of the person is just as real as was its beginning, and in the same sense as before birth we were not, after death we shall be no more. Yet no more can be destroyed by death than was produced by birth. Thus not that through which birth first became possible. In this sense, natus et denatus is a beautiful expression. But now the whole of empirical knowledge affords us merely phenomena. Therefore only phenomena are involved in the temporal processes of coming into being and passing away, and not that which manifests itself in the phenomena, the thing in itself. For this, the opposition of coming into being and passing away, conditioned by the brain, does not exist at all, but has here lost meaning and significance. It thus remains untouched by the temporal end of a temporal phenomenon, and constantly retains that existence to which the conceptions of beginning, end, and continuance are not applicable. But the thing in itself, so far as we can follow it, is in every phenomenal being the will of this being. So also in man. Consciousness, on the other hand, consists in knowledge. But knowledge, as activity of the brain, and consequently as function of the organism, belongs, as has been sufficiently proved, to the mere phenomenon, and therefore ends with this. The will alone, whose work, or rather whose image, was the body, is that which is indestructible. The sharp distinction of will from knowledge, together with the primacy of the former, which constitutes the fundamental characteristic of my philosophy, is therefore the only key to the contradiction which presents itself in so many ways, and arises ever anew in every consciousness, even the most crude, that death is our end, and that yet we must be eternal and indestructible, thus the sentimus experimurque nos aeternos esse of Spinoza. All philosophers have erred in this. They place the metaphysical, the indestructible, the eternal element in man in the intellect. It lies exclusively in the will, which is entirely different from the intellect, and alone is original. The intellect, as was most fully shown in the second book, is a secondary phenomenon, and conditioned by the brain, therefore beginning and ending with this. The will alone is that which conditions, the kernel of the whole phenomenon, consequently free from the forms of the phenomenon to which time belongs, thus also indestructible. Accordingly with death consciousness is certainly lost, but not that which produced and sustained consciousness.
Life is extinguished, but not the principle of life also, which manifested itself in it. Therefore, a sure feeling informs every one that there is something in him which is absolutely imperishable and indestructible. Indeed, the freshness and vividness of memories of the most distant time, of earliest childhood, bears witness to the fact that something in us does not pass away with time, does not grow old, but endures unchanged. But what this imperishable element is, one could not make clear to oneself. It is not consciousness, any more than it is the body upon which clearly consciousness depends. But it is just that which, when it appears in consciousness, presents itself as will. Beyond this immediate manifestation of it we certainly cannot go, because we cannot go beyond consciousness. Therefore the question what that may be when it does not come within consciousness, that is, what it is absolutely in itself, remains unanswerable. In the phenomenon, and by means of its forms, time and space, as principium individuationis, what presents itself is that the human individual perishes, while the human race, on the contrary, always remains and lives. But in the true being of things, which is free from these forms, this whole distinction between the individual and the race also disappears, and the two are immediately one. The whole will to live is in the individual as it is in the race, and therefore the continuance of the species is merely the image of the indestructibility of the individual. Since, then, the infinitely important understanding of the indestructibility of our true nature by death depends entirely upon the distinction between phenomenon and thing in itself, I wish now to bring this difference into the clearest light, by explaining it in the opposite of death, thus in the origin of the animal existence, that is, generation. For this process, which is just as mysterious as death, presents to us most directly the fundamental opposition between the phenomenal appearance and the true being of things, that is, between the world as idea and the world as will, and also the entire heterogeneity of the laws of these two. The act of procreation presents itself to us in a twofold manner. First, for self‐consciousness, whose only object, as I have often shown, is the will, with all its affections; and then for the consciousness of other things, that is, the world of idea, or the empirical reality of things. Now, from the side of the will, thus inwardly, subjectively, for self‐consciousness, that act presents itself as the most immediate and complete satisfaction of the will, that is, as sensual pleasure. From the side of the idea, on the other hand, thus externally, objectively, for the consciousness of other things, this act is just the woof of the most cunning of webs, the foundation of the inexpressibly complicated animal organism, which then only requires to be developed to become visible to our astonished eyes. This organism, whose infinite complication and perfection is only known to him who has studied anatomy, cannot from the side of the idea be otherwise conceived and thought of than as a system devised with the most ingenious forethought, and carried out with the most consummate skill and exactness, as the most arduous work of profound reflection. But from the side of the will we know, through self‐consciousness, the production of this organism as the work of an act which is exactly the opposite of all reflection, an impetuous, blind impulse, an exceedingly pleasurable sensation. This opposition is closely related to the infinite contrast which is shown above between the absolute facility with which nature produces its works, together with the correspondingly boundless carelessness with which it abandons them to destruction, and the incalculably ingenious and studied construction of these very works, judging from which they must have been infinitely difficult to make, and their maintenance should have been provided for with all conceivable care, while we have the opposite before our eyes. If now by this certainly very unusual consideration we have brought together in the boldest manner the two heterogeneous sides of the world, and, as it were, grasped them with one hand, we must now hold them fast in order to convince ourselves of the entire invalidity of the laws of the phenomenon, or the world as idea, for that of will or the thing in itself. Then it will become more comprehensible to us that while on the side of the idea, that is, in the phenomenal world, there exhibits itself to us now an arising out of nothing, and now an entire annihilation of what has arisen from that other side or in itself, a nature lies before us with reference to which the conceptions of arising and passing away have no significance. For by going back to the root, where by means of self-consciousness the phenomenon and the thing in itself meet, we have just as it were palpably apprehended that the two are absolutely incommensurable, and the whole manner of being of the one, together with all the fundamental laws of its being, signify nothing and less than nothing in the other. I believe that this last consideration will only be rightly understood by a few, and that it will be displeasing and even offensive to all who do not understand it. But I shall never on this account omit anything that can serve to illustrate my fundamental thought. At the beginning of this chapter I have explained that the great clinging to life, or rather fear of death, by no means springs from knowledge, in which case it would be the result of the known value of life, but that fear of death has its root directly in the will, out of the original nature of which it proceeds, in which it is entirely without knowledge, and therefore blind will to live. As we are allured into life by the wholly illusory inclination to sensual pleasure, so we are retained in it by the fear of death, which is certainly just as illusory. Both spring directly from the will, which in itself is unconscious. If, on the contrary, man were merely a knowing being, then death would necessarily be to him not only indifferent, but even welcome. The reflection to which we have here attained now teaches that what is affected by death is merely the knowing consciousness, and the will, on the other hand, because it is the thing in itself which lies at the foundation of every phenomenon, is free from all that depends upon temporal determinations, thus is also imperishable. Its striving towards existence and manifestation, from which the world results, is constantly satisfied, for this accompanies it as the shadow accompanies the body, for it is merely the visibility of its nature. That yet in us it fears death results from the fact that here knowledge presents its existence to it as merely in the individual phenomenon, whence the illusion arises that it will perish with this, as my image in a mirror seems to be destroyed along with it if the mirror is broken. This, then, as contrary to its original nature, which is a blind striving towards existence, fills it with horror. From this now it follows that in us, which alone is capable of fearing death, and also alone fears it, the will is not affected by it, and that, on the other hand, what is affected by it, and really perishes, is that which from its nature is capable of no fear, and in general of no desire or emotion, and is therefore indifferent to being and not being. The mere subject of knowledge, the intellect, whose existence consists in its relation to the world of idea, that is, the objective world, whose correlative it is, and with whose existence its own is ultimately one. Thus, although the individual consciousness does not survive death, yet that survives it which alone struggles against it, the will. This also explains the contradiction that from the standpoint of knowledge, philosophers have always proved with cogent reasons that death is no evil. Yet the fear of death remains inevitable for all, because it is rooted not in knowledge, but in the will. It is also a result of the fact that only the will, and not the intellect, is indestructible, that all religions and philosophies promise a reward in eternity only to the virtues of the will or heart, not to those of the intellect or head. The following may also serve to illustrate this consideration. The will, which constitutes our true being, is of a simple nature. It merely wills, and does not know. The subject of knowledge, on the other hand, is a secondary phenomenon, arising from the objectification of the will. It is the point of unity of the sensibility of the nervous system, as it were the focus in which the rays of the activity of all the parts of the brain unite. With this, then, it must perish. In self-consciousness, as that which alone knows, it stands over against the will as its spectator.
and, although sprung from it, knows it as something different from itself, something foreign to it, and consequently also only empirically, in time, by degrees, in its successive excitements and acts, and also learns its decisions only a posteriori and often very indirectly. This explains the fact that our own nature is a riddle to us, that is, to our intellect, and that the individual regards itself as having newly arisen and as perishable. Although its true nature is independent of time, thus is eternal. As now the will does not know, so conversely the intellect, or the subject of knowledge, is simply and solely knowing without ever willing. This can be proved even physically in the fact that, as was already mentioned in the second book, according to Bichat, the various emotions directly affect all parts of the organism and disturb their functions, with the exception of the brain, which can only be affected by them very indirectly, that is, just in consequence of those disturbances. De la vie et de la mort, Article 6, Section 2. But from this it follows that the subject of knowledge, for itself and as such, cannot take part or interest in anything, but for it the being or not being of everything, nay, even of its own self, is a matter of indifference. Now why should this purely neutral being be immortal? It ends with a temporal manifestation of the will, that is, the individual, as it arose with it. It is the lantern which is extinguished when it has served its end. The intellect, like the perceptible world which exists only in it, is a mere phenomenon. But the finiteness of both does not affect that of which they are the phenomenal appearance. The intellect is the function of the cerebral nervous system, but the latter, like the rest of the body, is the objectivity of the will. Therefore the intellect depends upon the somatic life of the organism, but this itself depends upon the will. The organized body may thus, in a certain sense, be regarded as the link between the will and the intellect, although really it is only the will itself exhibiting itself spatially in the perception of the intellect. Death and birth are the constant renewal of the consciousness of the will, in itself without end and without beginning, which alone is, as it were, the substance of existence. But each such renewal brings a new possibility of the denial of the will to live. Consciousness is the life of the subject of knowledge, or the brain, and death is its end. And therefore, finally, consciousness is always new, in each case beginning at the beginning. The will alone is permanent, and moreover it is it alone that permanence concerns, for it is the will to live. The knowing subject for itself is not concerned about anything. In the ego, however, the two are bound up together. In every animal existence the will has achieved an intellect, which is the light by which it here pursues its ends. It may be remarked, by the way, that the fear of death may also partly depend upon the fact that the individual will is so loath to separate from the intellect, which has fallen to its lot through the course of nature, its guide and guard, without which it knows that it is helpless and blind. Finally, this explanation also agrees with the commonplace moral experience, which teaches us that the will alone is real, while its objects, on the other hand, as conditioned by knowledge, are only phenomena, are only froth and vapour, like the wine which Mephistopheles provided in Auerbach's cellar. After every sensuous pleasure we also say, and yet it seemed as I were drinking wine. The terrors of death depend for the most part upon the false illusion that now the ego vanishes and the world remains. But rather is the opposite the case. The world vanishes, but the inmost kernel of the ego, the supporter and producer of that subject, in whose idea alone the world has its existence, remains. With the brain the intellect perishes, and with the intellect the objective world, its mere idea. That in other brains, afterwards as before, a similar world lives and moves, is, with reference to the intellect which perishes, a matter of indifference. If, therefore, reality proper did not lie in the will, and if the moral existence were not that which extends beyond death, then, since the intellect, and with it its world, is extinguished, the true nature of things in general would be no more than an endless succession of short and troubled dreams, without connection among themselves.
For the permanence of unconscious nature consists merely in the idea of time of conscious nature. Thus a world‐spirit dreaming without end or aim, dreams which for the most part are very troubled and heavy, would then be all in all. When now an individual experiences the fear of death, we have really before us the extraordinary, nay, absurd spectacle of the Lord of the worlds, who fills all with his being, and through whom alone everything that is has its existence, desponding and afraid of perishing, of sinking into the abyss of eternal nothingness, while in truth all is full of him, and there is no place where he is not, no being in which he does not live. For it is not existence that supports him, but he that supports existence. Yet it is he who desponds in the individual who suffers from the fear of death, for he is exposed to the illusion produced by the principium individuationis that his existence is limited to the nature which is now dying. This illusion belongs to the heavy dream into which, as the will to live, he has fallen. But one might say to the dying individual, thou ceasest to be something which thou hadst done better never to become. So long as no denial of the will takes place, what death leaves untouched is the germ and kernel of quite another existence, in which a new individual finds itself again, so fresh and original that it broods over itself in astonishment. What sleep is for the individual, death is for the will as thing in itself. It would not endure to continue the same actions and sufferings throughout an eternity without true gain, if memory and individuality remain to it. It flings them off, and this is Lethe. And through this sleep of death it reappears refreshed and fitted out with another intellect as a new being. A new day tempts to new shores. End of chapter 41, part 6.
Chapter 41, part 7 of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 41, on Death and its relation to the Indestructibility of our true nature, part 7. As the self-asserting will to live, man has the root of his existence in the species. Accordingly, death is the loss of one individuality and the assumption of another, consequently a change of individuality under the exclusive guidance of one's own will. For in this alone lies the eternal power which could produce its existence with its ego, yet, on account of its nature, was not able to maintain it in existence. For death is a dementi which the essence, essentia, of every one receives in its claim to existence, existentia, the appearance of a contradiction which lies in every individual existence. For all that arises is worthy of being destroyed. But an infinite number of such existences, each with its ego, stands within reach of this power, thus of the will, which, however, will again prove just as transitory and perishable. Since now every ego has its separate consciousness, that infinite number of them is, with reference to such an ego, not different from a single one. From this point of view, it appears to me not accidental that aevum, aion, signifies both the individual term of life and infinite time. Indeed, from this point of view it may be seen, although indistinctly, that ultimately and in themselves both are the same. And according to this there would really be no difference whether I existed only through my term of life or for an infinite time. Certainly, however, we cannot obtain an idea of all that is said above entirely without time concepts. Yet, when we are dealing with the thing in itself, these ought to be excluded. But it belongs to the unalterable limitations of our intellect that it can never entirely cast off this first and most immediate form of all its ideas, in order to operate without it. Therefore we certainly come here upon a kind of metempsychosis, although with the important difference that it does not concern the whole ψυχη, not the knowing being, but the will alone. And thus, with the consciousness that the form of time only enters here as an unavoidable concession to the limitation of our intellect.
so many absurdities which accompany the doctrine of metempsychosis disappear. If indeed we now call in the assistance of the fact, to be explained in chapter 43, that the character, i.e., the will, is inherited from the father, and the intellect, on the other hand, from the mother, it agrees very well with our view that the will of a man, in itself individual, separated itself in death from the intellect received from the mother in generation, and in accordance with its now modified nature, under the guidance of the absolutely necessary course of the world, harmonizing with this, received through a new generation a new intellect, with which it became a new being, which had no recollection of an earlier existence. For the intellect, which alone has the faculty of memory, is the mortal part, or the form, while the will is the eternal part, the substance. In accordance with this doctrine is more correctly denoted by the word palingenesis than by metempsychosis. These constant new births, then, constitute the succession of the life dreams of a will which in itself is indestructible, until, instructed and improved by so much and such various successive knowledge in a constantly new form, it abolishes or abrogates itself. The true, and, so to speak, esoteric doctrine of Buddhism, as we have come to know it through the latest investigations, also agrees with this view, for it teaches not metempsychosis, but a peculiar palingenesis, resting upon a moral basis which it works out and explains with great profundity. This may be seen from the exposition of the subject, well worth reading and pondering, which is given in Spence Hardy's Manual of Buddhism, pages 394 to 396, with which compare pages 429, 440, and 445 of the same book, the confirmation of which is to be found in Taylor's Prabodhandrodaya, London, 1812, page 35, also in Sangermano's Burmese Empire, page 6, and in the Asiatic Researches, volume 6, page 179, and volume 9, page 256. The very useful German compendium of Buddhism by Köppen is also right upon this point. Yet for the great mass of Buddhists this doctrine is too subtle. Therefore to them simple metempsychosis is preached as a comprehensible substitute. Besides, it must not be neglected that even empirical grounds support a palingenesis of this kind. As a matter of fact, there does exist a connection between the birth of the newly appearing beings and the death of those that are worn out. It shows itself in the great fruitfulness of the human race, which appears as a consequence of devastating diseases. When in the 14th century the Black Death had for the most part depopulated the old world, a quite abnormal fruitfulness appeared among the human race, and twin births were very frequent. The circumstance was also very remarkable that none of the children born at this time obtained their full number of teeth. Thus nature, exerting itself to the utmost, was niggardly in details. This is related by F. Schnürer, Chronik der Seuchen, 1825. Kasper also, über die wahrscheinliche Lebensdauer des Menschen, 1835, confirms the principle that the number of births in a given population has the most decided influence upon the length of life and mortality in it, as this always keeps pace with the mortality, so that always and everywhere the deaths and the births increase and decrease in like proportion, which he places beyond doubt by an accumulation of evidence collected from many lands and their various provinces. And yet it is impossible that there can be a physical causal connection between my early death and the fruitfulness of a marriage with which I have nothing to do, or conversely. Thus here the metaphysical appears undeniably, and in a stupendous manner, as the immediate ground of explanation of the physical. Every newborn being, indeed, comes fresh and blithe into the new existence, and enjoys it as a free gift. But there is and can be nothing freely given. Its fresh existence is paid for by the old age and death of a worn-out existence which has perished, but which contained the indestructible seed out of which this new existence has arisen. They are one being. To show the bridge between the two would certainly be the solution of a great riddle. The great truth which is expressed here has never been entirely unacknowledged.
although it could not be reduced to its exact and correct meaning, which is only possible through the doctrine of the primacy and metaphysical nature of the will, and the secondary, merely organic nature of the intellect. We find the doctrine of metempsychosis, springing from the earliest and noblest ages of the human race, always spread abroad in the earth as the belief of the great majority of mankind, nay, really as the teaching of all religions, with the exception of that of the Jews, and the two which have proceeded from it. In the most subtle form, however, and coming nearest to the truth, as has already been mentioned, in Buddhism. Accordingly, while Christians console themselves with the thought of meeting again in another world, in which one regains one's complete personality and knows oneself at once, in those other religions, the meeting again is already going on now, only incognito. In the succession of births, and by virtue of metempsychosis or palingenesis, the persons who now stand in close connection or contact with us will also be born alongside with us at the next birth, and will have the same or analogous relations and sentiments towards us as now, whether these are of a friendly or a hostile description. Compare, for example, Spence Hardy's Manual of Buddhism, page 162. Recognition is certainly here limited to an obscure intimation, a reminiscence which cannot be brought to distinct consciousness and refers to an infinitely distant time, with the exception, however, of Buddha himself, who has the prerogative of distinctly knowing his own earlier births and those of others, as this is described in the Jataka. But in fact, if at favourable moment one contemplates in a purely objective manner the action of men in reality, the intuitive conviction is forced upon one that it not only is and remains constantly the same, according to the Platonic idea, but also that the present generation, in its true inner nature, is precisely and substantially identical with every generation that has been before it. The question simply is in what this true being consists. The answer which my doctrine gives to this question is well known. The intuitive conviction referred to may be conceived as arising from the fact that the multiplying glasses, time and space, lose for a moment their effect. With reference to the universality of the belief in metempsychosis, Aubry says rightly in his excellent book De Nirvana Indien, page 13, "Cette vieille croyance a fait le tour du monde et était tellement répandue dans la haute antiquité qu'un docteur anglican l'avait jugée son père, son mère, et son généalogie." Taught already in the Vedas, as in all the sacred books of India, metempsychosis is well known to be the kernel of Brahmanism and Buddhism. It accordingly prevails at the present day in the whole of non-Mohammedan Asia, thus among more than half of the whole human race, as the firmest conviction, and with an incredibly strong practical influence. It was also the belief of the Egyptians, from whom it was received with enthusiasm by Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Plato. The Pythagoreans, however, specially retained it. That it was also taught in the Mysteries of the Greeks undeniably follows from the 9th book of Plato's Laws, pages 32 and 42. Nemesius indeed says, "Koine men un pantes, eklines, oitin fuchin, athanatan, apophenomenoi, tin meten somatosin dogmatizousi." That is, communiter igitur omnes Graeci, qui animam immortalem statuerunt, eam de uno corpore in aliud transferi censuerunt. The Edda also, especially in the Voluspa, teaches metempsychosis. Not less was it the foundation of the religion of the Druids. Even a Mohammedan sect in Hindostan, the Bohras, of whom Colebrooke gives a full account in the Asiatic Researches, volume 7, page 336 and following, believes in metempsychosis, and accordingly refrains from all animal food. Also among American Indians and Negro tribes, nay, even among the natives of Australia, traces of this belief are found, as appears from a minute description given in the Times of 29 January 1841 of the execution of 2 Australian savages for arson and murder.
It is said there, "The younger of the two prisoners met his end with a dogged and a determined spirit, as it appeared, of revenge. The only intelligible expressions made use of conveyed an impression that he would rise up a white fellow, which it was considered strengthened his resolution." Also, in a book by Ungewitter, Der Weltteil Australien, it is related that the Papuas in Australia regarded the whites as their own relations who had returned to the world. According to all this, the belief in metempsychosis presents itself as the natural conviction of man, whenever he reflects at all in an unprejudiced manner. It would really be that which Kant falsely asserts of his three pretended ideas of the reason, a philosopheme natural to human reason, which proceeds from its forms, and when it is not found, it must have been displaced by positive religious doctrines coming from a different source. I have also remarked that it is at once obvious to every one who hears of it for the first time. Let any one only observe how earnestly Lessing defends it in the last 7 paragraphs of his Erziehung des Menschengeschlechts. Lichtenberg also says in his Selbstcharakteristik, "I cannot get rid of the thought that I died before I was born." Even the excessively empirical Hume says in his Sceptical Essay on Immortality, page 23, the metempsychosis is therefore the only system of this kind that philosophy can hearken to. What resists this belief, which is spread over the whole human race and commends itself alike to the wise and to the vulgar, is Judaism, together with the 2 religions which have sprung from it, because they teach the creation of man out of nothing. And he has then the hard task of linking on to this the belief in an endless existence a parte post. They certainly have succeeded with fire and sword in driving out of Europe and part of Asia that consoling primitive belief of mankind. It is still doubtful for how long. Yet how difficult this was is shown by the oldest church histories. Most of the heretics were attached to this primitive belief, for example, Simonists, Basilidians, Valentinians, Marcionists, Gnostics, and Manichaeans. The Jews themselves have in part fallen into it, as Tertullian and Justinus in his dialogues inform us. In the Talmud it is related that Abel's soul passed into the body of Seth and then into that of Moses. Even the passage of the Bible, Matthew 16:13-15, only obtains a rational meaning if we understand it as spoken under the assumption of the dogma of metempsychosis. Luke, it is true, who also has the passage, 9:18-20, adds the words oti prophetis tis ton archaion anesti, and thus attributes to the Jews the assumption that such an ancient prophet can rise again body and all, which, since they know that he has already lain between 600 and 700 years in his grave, and consequently has long since turned to dust, would be a palpable absurdity. In Christianity, however, the doctrine of original sin, that is, the doctrine of punishment for the sins of another individual, has taken the place of the transmigration of souls and the expiation in this way of all the sins committed in an earlier life. Both identify, and that with a moral tendency, the existing man with one who has existed before. The transmigration of souls does so directly, original sin indirectly. Death is the great reprimand which the will to live, or more especially the egoism, which is essential to this, receives through the course of nature. And it may be conceived as a punishment for our existence. It is the painful loosing of the knot which the act of generation had tied with sensual pleasure, the violent destruction coming from without of the fundamental error of our nature, the great disillusion. We are at bottom something that ought not to be. Therefore we cease to be. Egoism consists really in the fact that man limits all reality to his own person, in that he imagines that he lives in this alone and not in others. Death teaches him better, for it destroys this person, so that the true nature of man, which is his will henceforth live only in other individuals, while his intellect, which itself belonged only to the phenomenon, that is, to the world as idea, and was merely the form of the external world, also continues to exist in the condition of being idea, that is, in the objective being of things as such, thus also only in the existence of what was hitherto the external world. His whole ego thus lives from this time forth only in that which he had hitherto regarded as non-ego, for the difference between external and internal ceases. We call to mind here that the better man is he who makes the least difference between himself and others, does not regard them as absolute non-ego, while for the bad man this difference is great, nay, absolute. I have worked this out in my prize essay on the foundation of morals. According to what was said above, the degree in which death can be regarded as the annihilation of the man is in proportion to this difference. But if we start from the fact that the distinction of outside me and in me as a spatial distinction is only founded in the phenomenon, not in the thing in itself, thus is no absolutely real distinction, then we shall see in the losing of our own individuality only the loss of a phenomenon, thus only an apparent loss. However much reality that distinction has in the empirical consciousness, yet from the metaphysical standpoint the propositions "I perish, but the world endures," and "the world perishes, but I endure," are at bottom not really different. But besides all this, death is the great opportunity no longer to be I, to him who uses it. During life the will of man is without freedom. His action takes place with necessity upon the basis of his unalterable character in the chain of motives. But every one remembers much that he has done, and on account of which he is by no means satisfied with himself. If now he were to go on living, he would go on acting in the same way on account of the unalterable nature of his character. Accordingly he must cease to be what he is in order to be able to rise out of the germ of his nature as a new and different being. Therefore death looses these bonds, the will again becomes free. For freedom lies in the esse, not in the operari. Finditur nodus cordis, dissolvuntur omnes dubitationes, eiusque opera evanescunt, is a very celebrated saying of the Vedas, which all Vedantic writers frequently repeat. Death is the moment of that deliverance from the one-sidedness of an individuality, which does not constitute the inmost kernel of our being, but is rather to be thought of as a kind of aberration of it. The true original freedom re-enters at this moment, which in the sense indicated may be regarded as a restitutio in integrum. The peace and quietness upon the countenance of most dead persons seems to have its origin in this. Quiet and easy is, as a rule, the death of every good man. But to die willingly, to die gladly, to die joyfully, is the prerogative of the resigned, of him who surrenders and denies the will to live. For only he wills to die really, and not merely apparently, and consequently he needs and desires no continuance of his person. The existence which we know he willingly gives up. What he gets instead of it is in our eyes nothing, because our existence is, with reference to that, nothing. The Buddhist faith calls it nirvana, that is, extinction. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 42. The Life of the Species. In the preceding chapter it was called to mind that the Platonic ideas of the different grades of beings, which are the adequate objectification of the will to live, exhibit themselves in the knowledge of the individual, which is bound to the form of time, as the species, that is, as the successive individuals of one kind, connected by the bond of generation, and that therefore the species is the idea, eidos, species, broken up in time. Accordingly, the true nature of every living thing lies primarily in its species. Yet the species again has its existence only in the individuals. Now, although the will only attains to self‐consciousness in the individual, thus knows itself immediately only as the individual, yet the deep‐seated consciousness that it is really the species, in which his true nature objectifies itself, appears in the fact that for the individual the concerns of the species as such, thus the relations of the sexes, the production and nourishment of the offspring, are of incomparably greater importance and consequence than everything else. Hence, then, arises in the case of the brutes heat or rut, an excellent description of the vehemence of which will be found in Burdach's Physiologie, Volume 1, sections 247 and 257. and in the case of man, the careful and capricious selection of the other individual for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse, which can rise to the height of passionate love, to the fuller investigation of which I shall devote a special chapter. Hence also, finally, the excessive love of parents for their offspring. In the supplements to the second book, the will was compared to the root and the intellect to the crown of the tree. And this is the case inwardly or psychologically. But outwardly or physiologically, the genitals are the root and the head the crown. The nourishing part is certainly not the genitals, but the villi of the intestines. Yet not the latter, but the former are the root, because through them the individual is connected with the species in which it is rooted. For physically, the individual is a production of the species; metaphysically, a more or less perfect picture of the idea, which in the form of time exhibits itself as species. In agreement with the relation expressed here, the greatest vitality, and also the decrepitude, of the brain and the genital organs is simultaneous and stands in connection. The sexual impulse is to be regarded as the inner life of the tree, the species, upon which the life of the individual grows like a leaf that is nourished by the tree and assists in nourishing the tree. This is why that impulse is so strong and springs from the depths of our nature. To castrate an individual means to cut him off from the tree of the species upon which he grows, and thus severed, leave him to wither. Hence the degradation of his mental and physical powers. That the service of the species, that is, fecundation, is followed in the case of every animal individual by momentary exhaustion and debility of all the powers, and in the case of most insects indeed by speedy death, on account of which Celsus said, seminis immissio est partis animae iactura. That in the case of man the extinction of the generative power shows that the individual approaches death; that excessive use of this power at every age shortens life, while on the other hand temperance in this respect increases all the powers, and especially the muscular powers, on which account it was part of the training of the Greek athletes; that the same restraint lengthens the life of the insect even to the following spring. All this points to the fact that the life of the individual is at bottom only borrowed from the species, and that all vital force is, as it were, force of the species restricted by being dammed up. But this is to be explained from the fact that the metaphysical substratum of life reveals itself directly in the species, and only by means of this in the individual. Accordingly, the lingam with the yoni as a symbol of the species and its immortality is worshipped in India, and, as the counterpoise of death, is ascribed as an attribute to the very divinity who presides over death, Shiva. But without myth or symbol, the vehemence of the sexual impulse, the keen intentness and profound seriousness with which every animal, including man, pursues its concerns, shows that it is through the function which serves it that the animal belongs to that in which really and principally its true being lies, the species, while all other functions and organs directly serve only the individual, whose existence is at bottom merely secondary. In the vehemence of that impulse, which is the concentration of the whole animal nature, the consciousness further expresses itself that the individual does not endure, and therefore all must be staked on the maintenance of the species in which its true existence lies. To illustrate what has been said, let us now imagine a brute in rut, and in the act of generation. We see a seriousness and intentness never known in it at any other time. Now what goes on in it? Does it know that it must die, and that through its present occupation a new individual, which yet entirely resembles itself, will arise in order to take its place? Of all this it knows nothing, for it does not think. But it is as intently careful for the continuance of the species in time as if it knew all that, for it is conscious that it desires to live and exist, and it expresses the highest degree of this volition in the act of generation. This is all that then takes place in its consciousness. This is also quite sufficient for the permanence of the kind, just because the will is the radical and knowledge the adventitious. On this account the will does not require to be guided by knowledge throughout, but whenever in its primitive originality it has resolved, this volition will objectify itself of its own accord in the world of the idea. If now in this way it is that definite animal form which we have thought of that wills life and existence, it does not will life and existence in general, but in this particular form. Therefore it is the sight of its form in the female of its species that stimulates the will of the brute to the act of generation. This volition of the brute, when regarded from without and under the form of time, presents itself as such an animal form maintained through an infinite time by the constantly repeated replacement of one individual by another, thus by the alternation of death and reproduction, which so regarded appear only as the pulse‐beats of that form, ιδέα, eidos, species, which endures through all time. They may be compared to the forces of attraction and repulsion in which matter consists. That which is shown here in the brute holds good also of man. For although in him the act of generation is accompanied by complete knowledge of its final cause, yet it is not guided by this knowledge, but proceeds directly from the will to live as its concentration. It is accordingly to be reckoned among instinctive actions. For in reproduction the brute is just as little guided by knowledge of the end as in mechanical instincts. In these also the will manifests itself, in the main, without the mediation of knowledge, which here, as there, is only concerned with details. Reproduction is, to a certain extent, the most marvellous of all instincts, and its work the most astonishing. These considerations explain why the sexual desire has a very different character from every other. It is not only the strongest, but even specifically of a more powerful kind than any other. It is everywhere tacitly assumed as necessary and inevitable, and is not, like other desires, a matter of taste and disposition. For it is the desire which even constitutes the nature of man. In conflict with it, no motive is so strong that it would be certain of victory. It is so pre‐eminently the chief concern that no other pleasures make up for the deprivation of its satisfaction, and moreover, for its sake both brute and man undertake every danger and every conflict. A very naive expression of this disposition is the well‐known inscription on the door of the Fornix at Pompeii, decorated with the phallus, Heic habitat felicitas. This was for those going in naive, for those coming out ironical, and in itself humorous. On the other hand, the excessive power of the sexual passion is seriously and worthily expressed in the inscription which, according to Theon of Smyrna, De Musica, chapter 47, Osiris had placed upon the column he erected to the eternal gods. To Eros, the spirit, the heaven, the sun, the moon, the earth, the night, the day, and the father of all that is and that shall be. Also in the beautiful apostrophe with which Lucretius begins his work, Aeneadum genetrix hominum divomque voluptas, alma Venus cet. To all this corresponds the important rôle which the relation of the sexes plays in the world of men, where it is really the invisible central point of all action and conduct, and peeps out everywhere in spite of all veils thrown over it. It is the cause of war and the end of peace, the basis of what is serious and the aim of the jest, the inexhaustible source of wit, the key to all allusions, and the meaning of all mysterious hints, of all unspoken offers and all stolen glances, the daily meditation of the young and often also of the old, the hourly thought of the unchaste, and even against their will the constantly recurring imagination of the chaste, the ever-ready material of a joke, just because the profoundest seriousness lies at its foundation. It is, however, the piquant element and the joke of life that the chief concern of all men is secretly pursued and ostensibly ignored as much as possible. But in fact we see it every moment seat itself, as the true and hereditary lord of the world, out of the fulness of its own strength, upon the ancestral throne, and looking down from thence with scornful glances, laugh at the preparations which have been made to bind it, imprison it, or at least to limit it, and wherever it is possible to keep it concealed, or even so to master it, that it shall only appear as a subordinate, secondary concern of life. But all this agrees with the fact that the sexual passion is the kernel of the will to live, and consequently the concentration of all desire. Therefore in the text I have called the genital organs the focus of the will. Indeed, one may say man is concrete sexual desire, for his origin is an act of copulation, and his wish of wishes is an act of copulation, and this tendency alone perpetuates and holds together his whole phenomenal existence. The will to live manifests itself indeed primarily as an effort to sustain the individual. Yet this is only a step to the effort to sustain the species, and the latter endeavour must be more powerful in proportion as the life of the species surpasses that of the individual in duration, extension, and value. Therefore, sexual passion is the most perfect manifestation of the will to live, its most distinctly expressed type. And the origin of the individual in it, and its primacy over all other desires of the natural man, are both in complete agreement with this. One other remark of a physiological nature is in place here, a remark which throws light upon my fundamental doctrine, expounded in the second book. As the sexual impulse is the most vehement of desires, the wish of wishes, the concentration of all our volition, and accordingly the satisfaction of it, which exactly corresponds to the individual wish of any one, that is, the desire fixed upon a definite individual, is the summit and crown of his happiness, the ultimate goal of his natural endeavours, with the attainment of which everything seems to him to have been attained, and with the frustrating of which everything seems to him to have been lost. So we find, as its physiological correlative, in the objectified will, thus in the human organism, the sperm or semen as the secretion of secretions, the quintessence of all animal fluids, the last result of all organic functions, and have in it a new proof of the fact that the body is only the objectivity of the will, that is the will itself under the form of the idea. With reproduction is connected the maintenance of the offspring, and with the sexual impulse, parental love, and thus through these the life of the species is carried on. Accordingly, the love of the brute for its young has, like the sexual impulse, a strength which far surpasses that of the efforts which merely concerns itself as an individual. This shows itself in the fact that even the mildest animals are ready to undertake for the sake of their young even the most unequal battle for life and death. And with almost all species of animals, the mother encounters any danger for the protection of her young, nay, in many cases even faces certain death. In the case of man, this instinctive parental love is guided and directed by reason, that is, by reflection. Sometimes, however, it is also in this way restricted, and with bad characters this may extend to the complete repudiation of it. Therefore we can observe its effects most purely in the lower animals. In itself, however, it is not less strong in man. Here also, in particular cases, we see it entirely overcome self‐love, and even extend to the sacrifice of life. Thus, for example, the French newspapers have just announced that at Cahors, in the department of Lot, a father has taken his own life in order that his son, who had been drawn for military service, should be the eldest son of a widow, and therefore exempt. Galiani's Messenger of June 22nd, 1843. Yet in the case of the lower animals, since they are capable of no reflection, the instinctive maternal affection, the male is generally ignorant of his paternity, shows itself directly and unsophisticated, and therefore with perfect distinctness and in its whole strength. At bottom, it is the expression of the consciousness in the brute that its true being lies more immediately in the species than in the individual, and therefore, when necessary, it sacrifices its life that the species may be maintained in the young. Thus here, as also in the sexual impulse, the will to live becomes to a certain extent transcendent, for its consciousness extends beyond the individual, in which it is inherent to the species. In order to avoid expressing this second manifestation of the life of the species in a merely abstract manner, and to present it to the reader in its magnitude and reality, I will give a few examples of the extraordinary strength of instinctive maternal affection. The sea otter, when pursued, seizes its young one and dives with it. When it comes up again to take breath, it covers the young one with its body and receives the harpoon of the hunter while the young one is escaping. A young whale is killed merely to attract the mother, who hurries to it and seldom forsakes it so long as it still lives, even although she is struck with several harpoons. Scoresby's Journal of a Whaling Voyage, from the English of Kreis, page 196. At Three Kings Island, near New Zealand, there are colossal seals called sea elephants, Phoca proboscidea. They swim round the island in regular herds and feed upon fishes, but yet have certain terrible enemies below water unknown to us, by whom they are often severely wounded. Hence their swimming together requires special tactics. The females bring forth their young upon the shore. While they are suckling them, which lasts from 7 to 8 weeks, all the males form a circle round them in order to prevent them, driven by hunger, from entering the sea, and if this is attempted they prevent it by biting. Thus they all fast together for between 7 and 8 weeks, and all become very thin, simply in order that the young may not enter the sea before they are able to swim well and observe the necessary tactics which are then taught them with blows and bites. We also see here how parental affection, like every strong exertion of the will (compare chapter 19, section 6), heightens the intelligence. Wild ducks, whitethroats, and many other birds, when the sportsman comes near their nest, fly in front of him with loud cries, and flap about as if their wings were injured, in order to attract his attention from their young to themselves. The lark tries to entice the dog away from its nest by exposing itself. In the same way, hinds and does induce the hunter to pursue them, in order that their young may not be attacked. Swallows have flown into burning houses to rescue their young, or perish with them. At Delft, in a great fire, a stork allowed itself to be burnt in its nest, rather than forsake its tender young, which could not yet fly. Mountain cocks and woodcocks allow themselves to be taken upon the nest when brooding. Muscicapa tyrannus protects its nest with remarkable courage, and defends itself against eagles. An ant has been cut in two, and the fore-half been seen to bring the pupae to a place of safety. A bitch, whose litter had been cut out of her belly, crept up to them dying, caressed them, and began to whine violently only when they were taken from her. Burdach, Physiologie aus Erfahrungswissenschaft, Vol. 2 and 3. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43, Part 1, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 43, on Heredity, Part 1. The most ordinary experience teaches that in generation the combined seed of the parents not only propagates the peculiarities of the species, but also those of the individual, as far as bodily, objective, external qualities are concerned, and this has also always been recognized. Naturae sequitur semina quisque suae. Catullus. Now whether this also holds good of mental, subjective, internal qualities, so that these also are transmitted by the parents to the children, is a question which has already often been raised, and almost always answered in the affirmative. More difficult, however, is the problem whether it is possible to distinguish what belongs to the father and what to the mother, thus what is the mental inheritance which we receive from each of our parents. If now we cast upon this problem the light of our fundamental knowledge that the will is the true being, the kernel, the radical element in man, and the intellect, on the other hand, is what is secondary, adventitious, the accident of that substance, before questioning experience we will assume it as at least probable that the father, as sexus potior and the procreative principle, imparts the basis, the radical element of the new life, thus the will, and the mother, as sexus sequior and merely conceiving principle, imparts the secondary element, the intellect. that thus the man inherits his moral nature, his character, his inclinations, his heart from his father, and on the other hand, the grade, quality, and tendency of his intelligence from the mother. Now this assumption actually finds its confirmation in experience, only this cannot be decided by a physical experiment upon the table, but results partly from the careful and acute observation of many years, and partly from history. One's own experience has the advantage of complete certainty and the greatest speciality, and this outweighs the disadvantage that arises from it, that its sphere is limited and its examples not generally known. Therefore, primarily, I refer every one to his own experience. First of all, let him consider himself, confess to himself his inclinations and passions, his characteristic errors and weaknesses, his vices, and also his excellences and virtues, if he has any. Then let him think of his father, and he cannot fail to recognize all these characteristic traits in him also. On the other hand, he will often find his mother of an entirely different character, and a moral agreement with her will very seldom occur, indeed only through the exceptional accident of a similarity of the character of the two parents. Let him make this examination, for example, with reference to quick temper or patience, avarice or prodigality, inclination to sensuality or to intemperance, or to gambling, hard-heartedness or kindliness, honesty or hypocrisy, pride or condescension, courage or cowardice, peaceableness or quarrelsomeness, placability or resentfulness, etc. Then let him make the same investigation with regard to all those whose characters and whose parents he has accurately known. If he proceeds attentively, with correct judgment, and candidly, the confirmation of our principle will not be lacking. Thus, for example, he will find the special tendency to lie, which belongs to many men, equally present in two brothers, because they have inherited it from the father. On this account also the comedy The Liar and His Son is psychologically correct. However, two inevitable limitations must here be borne in mind, which only open injustice could interpret as evasions. First, pater semper incertus. Only a decided physical resemblance to the father removes this limitation. A superficial resemblance, on the other hand, is not sufficient to do so, for there is an after effect of earlier impregnation, by virtue of which the children of the second marriage have sometimes still a slight resemblance to the first husband, and children begotten in adultery to the legitimate father. Such an after effect has been still more distinctly observed in the case of brutes. The second limitation is that in the son the moral character of the father certainly appears, yet under the modification which it has received through another and often very different intellect, the inheritance from the mother, and thus a correction of the observation becomes necessary. This modification may be important or trifling in proportion to that difference, but it can never be so great that the fundamental traits of the paternal character do not always appear under it recognizably enough, like a man who has disguised himself by an entirely different kind of dress, wig, and beard. For example, if by inheritance from the mother a man is preeminently endowed with reason, thus with the power of reflection and deliberation, the passions inherited from his father are partly bridled by this, partly concealed, and accordingly only attain to a methodical, systematic, or secret manifestation, and thus a very different phenomenon from that of the father, who perhaps had only a very limited mind, will then result. And in the same way the converse case may occur. The inclinations and passions of the mother, on the other hand, do not reappear at all in the children, often indeed their opposite. Historical examples have the advantage over those of private life of being universally known, but on the other hand they are of course impaired by the uncertainty and frequent falsification of all tradition, and especially also by the fact that as a rule they only contain the public, not the private life, and consequently only the political actions, not the finer manifestations of character. However, I wish to support the truth we are speaking of by a few historical examples, to which those who have made a special study of history can no doubt add a far larger number of equally pertinent cases. It is well known that P. Decius Mus sacrificed his life for his country with heroic nobleness, 4. Solemnly committing himself and the enemy to the infernal deities, with covered face he plunged into the army of the Latins. About 40 years later, his son of the same name did exactly the same thing in the war against the Gauls. Thus a thorough proof of the Horatian fortes creantur fortibus et bonis, the converse of which is thus given by Shakespeare: cowards father cowards, and base things sire base. Cymbeline, 4:2. Early Roman history presents to us whole families whose members in long succession distinguished themselves by devoted patriotism and courage. Such were the gens Fabia and the gens Fabricia. Again, Alexander the Great was fond of power and conquest, like his father Philip. The pedigree of Nero, which with a moral intention Suetonius (chapters 4 and 5) gives at the beginning of his sketch of this monster, is very well worth considering. It is the gens Claudia he describes, which flourished in Rome through 6 centuries, and produced not only capable but arrogant and cruel men. From it sprang Tiberius, Caligula, and finally Nero. In his grandfather, and still more strongly in his father, all those atrocious qualities show themselves, which could only attain their perfect development in Nero, partly because his higher position afforded them freer scope, partly because he had for his mother the irrational Bacchante Agrippina, who could import to him no intellect to bridle his passions. Quite in our sense, therefore, Suetonius relates that at his birth praesagio fuit etiam Domitii, patris vox intergratulationes amicorum negantis, quidquam ex se et Agrippina nisi detestabile et malo publico nasci potuisse. On the other hand, Cimon was the son of Miltiades, and Hannibal of Hamilcar, and the Scipios make up a whole family of heroes and noble defenders of their country. But the son of Pope Alexander VI was his hideous image, Caesar Borgia. The son of the notorious Duke of Alba was just as cruel and wicked a man as his father. The malicious and unjust Philip IV of France, who was specially known by his cruel torture and execution of the Knights Templars, had for his daughter Isabella, wife of Edward II of England, who rebelled against her husband, took him prisoner, and after he had signed his abdication, since the attempt to kill him by ill usage was unsuccessful, caused him to be put to death in prison in a manner which is too horrible for me to care to relate. The bloodthirsty tyrant and defensor fidei, Henry VIII of England, had a daughter by his first marriage, Queen Mary, equally distinguished for bigotry and cruelty, who from her numerous burnings of heretics has won the name of Bloody Mary. His daughter by his second marriage, Elizabeth, received an excellent understanding from her mother, Anne Boleyn, which prevented bigotry and curbed the parental character in her, yet did not do away with it, so that it still always shone through on occasions, and distinctly appeared in her cruel treatment of Mary of Scotland. Van Geuns tells a story after Marcus Donatus of a Scotch girl whose father had been burnt as a highway robber and a cannibal when she was only 1 year old. Although she was brought up among quite different people, there developed in her the same craving for human flesh, and being caught in the act of satisfying it, she was buried alive. In the Freimüthigen of the 13th July 1821, we read that in the department of Aube, the police pursued a girl because she had murdered 2 children, whom she ought to have taken to the Foundling Hospital in order to keep the little money given to the children. At last the police found the girl on the road to Paris near Romilly, drowned, and her own father gave himself up as her murderer. Finally, let me mention a couple of cases which have occurred recently, and have therefore only the newspapers as their vouchers. In October 1836, a Count Belexnai was condemned to death in Hungary because he had murdered an official and severely wounded his own relations. His elder brother was executed earlier as a patricide, and his father also had been a murderer. Frankfurter Postzeitung of the 26th October 1836. A year later, the youngest brother of this count, in the same street where the latter had murdered the official, fired a pistol at the steward of his estates, but missed him. Frankfurter Journal, 16th September 1837. In the Frankfurter Postzeitung of the 19th November 1857, a correspondent in Paris announces the condemnation to death of a very dangerous highway robber, Lemaire, and his companions, and adds, "The criminal tendency seems hereditary in his family and in those of his confederates, as several of their race have died on the scaffold." It follows from a passage in the Laws of Plato that similar cases were already known in Greece. The annals of crime will certainly have many similar pedigrees to show. The tendency to suicide is specially hereditary. On the other hand, when we see the excellent Marcus Aurelius have the wicked Commodus for a son, this does not lead us astray. For we know that the Diva Faustina was a uxor infamis. On the contrary, we mark this case in order in analogous cases to presume an analogous reason. For example, that Domitian was the full brother of Titus I can never believe, but that Vespasian also was a deceived husband. Now, as regards the second part of the principle set up thus, the inheritance of the intellect from the mother, this enjoys a far more general acceptance than the first part, which in itself appeals to the liberum arbitrium indifferentiae, while its separate apprehension is opposed by the doctrine of the simplicity and indivisibility of the soul. Even the old and popular expression mother wit shows the early recognition of this second truth, which depends upon the experience both with regard to small and great intellectual endowments, that they are the possession of those whose mothers proportionately distinguish themselves by their intelligence. That, on the other hand, the intellectual qualities of the father are not transmitted to the son, is proved both by the fathers and the sons of men distinguished by the most eminent faculties. For, as a rule, they are quite ordinary men, without a trace of the paternal mental gifts. But if now an isolated exception to this experience, so often confirmed, should appear, such, for example, as is presented by Pitt and his father Lord Chatham, we are warranted in ascribing it to accident, nay, obliged to do so, although, on account of the exceptional rarity of great talents, it is certainly an accident of a most extraordinary kind. Here, however, the rule holds good. It is improbable that the improbable never happens. Besides, great statesmen, as was already mentioned in chapter 22, are so just as much through the qualities of their character, thus through what is inherited from the father, as through the superiority of their mind. On the other hand, among artists, poets, and philosophers, to whose works alone genius is properly ascribed, I know of no case analogous to that. Raphael's father was certainly a painter, but not a great one. Mozart's father and also his son were musicians, but not great ones. However, it is indeed wonderful that the fate which had destined a very short life to both of these men, each the greatest in his own sphere, as it were by way of compensation, took care by letting them be born already in their workshop, that without suffering the loss of time in youth, which for the most part occurs in the case of other men of genius, they received even from childhood, through paternal example and instruction, the necessary introduction into the art to which they were exclusively destined. This secret and mysterious power which seems to guide the individual life I have made the subject of special investigations, which I have communicated in the essay über die scheinbare Absichtlichkeit im Schicksale des Einzelnen, Parerga, Vol. 1. It is further to be observed here that there are certain scientific occupations which certainly presuppose good native faculties, yet not those which are really rare and extraordinary, while the principal requirements are zealous efforts, diligence, patience, early instruction, sustained study, and much practice. From this, and not from the inheritance of the intellect of the father, the fact is to be explained that since the son always willingly follows the path that has been opened up by the father, and almost all businesses are hereditary in certain families, in some sciences also, which before everything demand diligence and persistence, individual families can show a succession of men of merit. Such are the Scaligers, the Bernoullis, the Cassinis, the Herschels. End of chapter 43, part 1.
Chapter 43, Part 2, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 43, on Heredity, Part 2. The number of proofs of the actual inheritance of the intellect of the mother would be much greater than it appears if it were not that the character and disposition of the female sex is such that women rarely give public proof of their mental faculties, and therefore these do not become historical and thus known to posterity. Besides, on account of the weaker nature in general of the female sex, these faculties themselves can never reach the grade in them to which they may afterwards rise in the son. Thus, with reference to themselves, we have to estimate their achievements higher in this proportion. Accordingly, in the first instance, only the following examples present themselves as proofs of our truth. Joseph II was the son of Maria Theresa. Cardanus says in the 3rd chapter De Vita Propria, Mater mea fuit memoria et ingenio pollens. J. Rousseau says in the 1st book of the Confessions, La beauté de ma mère, son esprit, ses talents, elle en avait de trop brillants pour son état, etc., and then quotes some delightful lines of hers. D'Alembert was the illegitimate son of Claudine de Tencin, a woman of superior mind, and the author of several romances and similar works, which met with great approbation in her day, and should even still be enjoyable. See her biography in the Blätter für literarische Unterhaltung, March 1845, numbers 71 to 73. That Buffon's mother was a remarkable woman is shown by the following passage from the Voyage à Montbar par Hérault de Seychelles, which Florent quotes in his Histoire des Travaux de Buffon, page 288. Buffon avait ce principe qu'en général, les enfants tenaient de leur mère leurs qualités intellectuelles et morales, et lorsqu'il l'avait développé dans la conversation, il en faisait sur le champ l'application à lui-même en faisant un éloge pompeux de sa mère qui avait en effet beaucoup d'esprit, des connaissances étendues et une tête très bien organisée. That he includes the moral qualities is an error which is either committed by the reporter or depends upon the fact that his mother had accidentally the same character as himself and his father. The contrary of this is shown in innumerable cases in which the mother and the son have opposite characters. Hence the greatest dramatists could present in Orestes and Hamlet mother and son in hostile conflict, in which the son appears as the moral representative and avenger of his father. On the other hand, the converse case, that the son should appear as the moral representative and avenger of the mother against the father, would be revolting, and at the same time almost absurd. This depends upon the fact that between father and son there is actual identity of nature, which is the will, but between mother and son there is merely identity of intellect, and even this only in a conditioned manner. Between mother and son the greatest moral opposition can exist, between father and son only an intellectual opposition. From this point of view also one should recognize the necessity of the Salic law. The woman cannot carry on the race. Hume says in his short autobiography, "Our mother was a woman of singular merit." It is said of Kant's mother in the most recent biography by F.W. Schubert, according to the judgment of her son himself, she was a woman of great natural understanding. For that time when there was so little opportunity for the education of girls, she was exceptionally well instructed, and she also continued later to care for her further education by herself. In the course of walks she drew the attention of her son to all kinds of natural phenomena, and tried to explain to him through them the power of God. What a remarkably able, clever, and superior woman Goethe's mother was is now universally known. How much she has been spoken of in literature, while his father has not been spoken of at all. Goethe himself describes him as a man of subordinate faculties. Schiller's mother was susceptible to poetry and made verses herself, a fragment of which will be found in his biography by Schwab. Burger, that genuine poetic genius, to whom perhaps the first place after Goethe among German poets belongs, for compared with his ballads those of Schiller seem cold and laboured, has given an account of his parents which for us is significant, and which his friend and physician Althoff
repeats in his biography, which appeared in 1798, in these words: Bürger's father was certainly provided with a variety of knowledge after the manner of study prevalent at the time, and was also a good, honourable man. But he loved his quiet comfort and his pipe of tobacco so much that, as my friend used to say, he had always first to pull himself together if he was going to apply himself for a quarter of an hour or so to the instruction of his son. His wife was a woman of extraordinary mental endowments, which, however, were so little cultivated that she had scarcely learnt to write legibly. Bürger thought that with proper culture his mother would have been the most famous of her sex, although he several times expressed a strong disapproval of different traits of her moral character. However, he believed that he inherited from his mother some mental gifts, and from his father an agreement with his moral character. Walter Scott's mother was a poetess, and was in communication with the wits of her time, as we learn from the obituary notice of Walter Scott in the Globe of 24 September 1832. That poems of hers appeared in print in 1789 I find from an article entitled Mother Wit in the Blätter für literarische Unterhaltung of 4th December 1841, published by Brockhaus, which gives a long list of clever mothers of distinguished men, from which I shall only take two. Bacon's mother was a distinguished linguist, wrote and translated several works, and in all of them showed learning, acuteness, and taste. Boerhaave's mother distinguished herself through medical knowledge. On the other hand, Haller has preserved for us a strong proof of the inheritance of the mental weakness of the mother, for he says, E duabus petriciis sororibus, obdivitias maritos nactis, cum tamen fatuis essent proximae, novimus in nobilissimas gentes nunc a seculo retro eius morbi manasse semina, ut etiam in quarta generatione quintave omnium posterorum aliqui fatui supersint, in Elemente Physiologiae, Book 29, Section 8. Also, according to Esquirol, madness is more frequently inherited from the mother than the father. If, however, it is inherited from the father, I attribute this to the disposition of the character whose influence occasions it. It seems to follow from our principle that sons of the same mother have equal mental capacity, and if one should be highly gifted, the other must be so also. Sometimes it is so. Examples of this are the Carracci, Joseph and Michael Haydn, Bernard and Andreas Romberg, George and Frederick Cuvier. I would also add the brothers Schlegel, if it were not that the younger, Friedrich, made himself unworthy of the honour of being named, along with his excellent, blameless, and highly distinguished brother, August Wilhelm, by the disgraceful obscurantism which in the last quarter of his life he pursued along with Adam Müller. For obscurantism is a sin, possibly not against the Holy Spirit, but yet against the human spirit, which one ought therefore never to forgive, but always and everywhere implacably to remember against whoever has been guilty of it, and take every opportunity of showing contempt for him so long as he lives, nay, after he is dead. But just as often the above result does not take place. For example, Kant's brother was quite an ordinary man. To explain this, I must remind the reader of what is said in the 31st chapter on the physiological conditions of genius. Not only an extraordinarily developed and absolutely correctly formed brain, the share of the mother, is required, but also a very energetic action of the heart to animate it, that is, subjectively a passionate will, a lively temperament. This is the inheritance from the father. But this quality is at its height only during the father's strongest years, and the mother ages still more quickly. Accordingly, the highly gifted sons will, as a rule, be the eldest, begotten in the full strength of both parents. Thus Kant's brother was 11 years younger than him. Even in the case of two distinguished brothers, as a rule, the elder will be the superior. But not only the age, but every temporary ebb of the vital force or other disturbance of health in the parents at the time when the child is begotten may interfere with the part of one or the other, and prevent the appearance of a man of eminent talent, which is therefore so exceedingly rare a phenomenon. It may be said in passing that in the case of twins, the absence of all the differences just mentioned is the cause of the quasi-identity of their nature. If single cases should be found in which a highly gifted son had a mother who was not mentally distinguished at all, this may be explained from the fact that this mother herself had a phlegmatic father, and on this account her more than ordinarily developed brain was not adequately excited by a corresponding energy of the circulation, a necessary condition as I have explained above in chapter 31. Nevertheless, her highly perfected nervous and cerebral system was transmitted to the son, in whose case a father with a lively and passionate disposition and an energetic action of the heart was added, and thus the other physical condition of great mental power first appeared here. Perhaps this was Byron's case, since we nowhere find the mental advantages of his mother mentioned. The same explanation is also to be applied to the case in which the mother of a son of genius, who was herself distinguished for mental gifts, had a mother who was by no means clever, for the father of the latter has been a man of a phlegmatic disposition. The inharmonious, disproportionate, ambiguous element in the character of most men might perhaps be referred to the fact that the individual has not a simple origin, but derives the will from the father and the intellect from the mother. The more heterogeneous and ill-adapted to each other the two parents were, the greater will that want of harmony, that inner variance be. While some excel through their heart and others through their head, there are still others whose excellence lies in a certain harmony and unity of the whole nature, which arises from the fact that in them heart and head are so thoroughly adapted that they mutually support and advance each other, which leads us to assume that the parents were peculiarly suited to each other and agreed in an exceptional measure. With reference to the physiological side of the theory set forth, I wish now to mention that Burdach, who erroneously assumes that the same psychical qualities may be inherited now from the father, now from the mother, yet adds Physiologie als Erfahrungswissenschaft, Volume 1, Section 306. As a whole, the male element has more influence in determining the irritable life, and the female element, on the other hand, has more influence on the sensibility. What Linné says in the Systema Naturae, Book 1, Part 8, is also in point here. Mater prolifera promit ante generationem vivum compendium medullare novi animali suique similimi carinam Malpighianam dictum tanquam plomulam vegetabilium hoc et genitura cor adsociat ramificandum in corpus, punctum emensaliens ovi incubantis avis ostendit primum cor micans, cerebrumque cum medulla corculum hoc, cessans a frigore excitatur calido halitu, premitque bulla aerea sensim dilatata liquores secundum canales fluxilis, punctum vitalitatis itaque in viventibus est tanquam a prima creatione continuata medullaris vitae ramificatio cum ovum sit gemma medullaris matris a primorio viva licet non sua ante proprium cor paternum. If we now connect the conviction we have gained here of the inheritance of the character from the father and the intellect from the mother with our earlier investigation of the wide gulf which nature has placed between man and man in a moral as in an intellectual regard, and also with our knowledge of the absolute unalterableness both of the character and of the mental faculties, we shall be led to the view that a real and thorough improvement of the human race might be attained to not so much from without as from within, thus not so much by instruction and culture as rather upon the path of generation. Plato had already something of the kind in his mind when in the 5th book of his Republic he set forth his wonderful plan for increasing and improving his class of warriors. If we could castrate all scoundrels, and shut up all stupid geese in monasteries, and give persons of noble character a whole harem, and provide men, and indeed complete men, for all maidens of mind and understanding, a generation would soon arise which would produce a better age than that of Pericles. But, without entering into such utopian plans, it might be taken into consideration that if I am not mistaken, was actually the case among certain ancient nations, castration was the severest punishment after death, the world would be delivered from whole races of scoundrels, all the more certainly as it is well known that most crimes are committed between the age of 20 and 30. In the same way, it might be considered whether, as regards results, it would not be more advantageous to give the public dowries which upon certain occasions have to be distributed, not, as is now customary, to the girls who are supposed to be the most virtuous, but to those who have the most understanding and are the cleverest, especially as it is very difficult to judge as to virtue, for as it is said, only God sees the heart. The opportunities for displaying a noble character are rare, and a matter of chance. Besides, many a girl has a powerful support to her virtue in her plainness. On the other hand, as regards understanding, those who themselves are gifted with it can judge with great certainty after some examination. The following is another practical application. In many countries, among others in South Germany, the bad custom prevails of women carrying burdens, often very considerable, upon the head. This must act disadvantageously upon the brain, which must thereby gradually deteriorate in the female sex of the nation. And since from that sex the male sex receives its brain, the whole nation becomes ever more stupid, which in many cases is by no means necessary. Accordingly, by the abolition of this custom, the quantum of intelligence in the whole nation would be increased, which would positively be the greatest increase of the national wealth. But if now, leaving such practical applications to others, we return to our special point of view, the ethico-metaphysical standpoint, since we connect the content of chapter 41 with that of the present chapter, the following result will present itself to us, which, with all its transcendence, has yet a direct empirical support. It is the same character, thus the same individually determined will, that lives in all the descendants of one stock, from the remote ancestor to the present representative of the family. But in each of these a different intellect is given with it, thus a different degree and a different kind of knowledge. Thus in each of these life presents itself to it from another side and in a different light. It receives a new fundamental view of it, a new instruction. It is true that since the intellect is extinguished with the individual, that will cannot supplement the insight of one course of life with that of another. But in consequence of each fundamentally new view of life, such as only a renewed personality can impart to it, its willing itself receives a different tendency, thus experiences a modification from it, and what is the chief concern, the will, has in this new direction either to assert life anew or deny it. In this way does the arrangement of nature of an ever-changing connection of a will with an intellect, which arises from the necessity of two sexes for reproduction, become the basis of a method of salvation. For by virtue of this arrangement life unceasingly presents new sides to the will, whose image and mirror it is, turns itself about, as it were, without intermission before its sight, allows different and ever different modes of perception to try their effect upon it, so that upon each of these it must decide for assertion or denial, both of which constantly stand open to it. Only that, if once denial is chosen, the whole phenomenon ceases for it with death. Now because according to this it is just the constant renewal and complete alteration of the intellect for the same will, which, as imparting a new view of the world, holds open the path of salvation, and because the intellect comes from the mother, the profound reason may lie here on account of which all nations, with very few and doubtful exceptions, abominate and forbid the marriage of brothers and sisters. Nay, even on account of which sexual love does not arise at all between brothers and sisters, unless in very rare exceptions, which depend upon an unnatural perversity of the instinct, if not upon the fact that one of the two is illegitimate. For from a marriage of brothers and sisters nothing could proceed but constantly ever the same will with the same intellect, as both already exist united in both the parents. thus the hopeless repetition of the phenomenon which has already been. But if now, in the particular case and close at hand, we contemplate the incredibly great and yet manifest difference of characters, find one so good and philanthropic, another so wicked, nay ferocious, again behold one just, honest, and upright, and another completely false, as a sneak, a swindler, a traitor, an incorrigible scoundrel, there discloses itself to us a chasm in our investigation. For in vain we ponder, reflecting on the origin of such a difference. Hindus and Buddhists solve the problem by saying it is the consequence of the deeds of the preceding courses of life. This solution is certainly the oldest, also the most comprehensible, and has come from the wisest of mankind. But it only pushes the question further back. Yet a more satisfactory answer will hardly be found. From the point of view of my whole teaching, it remains for me to say that here, where we are speaking of the will as thing in itself, the principle of sufficient reason, as merely the form of the phenomenon, is no longer applicable. With it, however, all why and whence disappear. Absolute freedom just consists in this, that something is not subject at all to the principle of sufficient reason, as the principle of all necessity. Such freedom, therefore, only belongs to the thing in itself, and this is just the will. Accordingly, in its phenomenal manifestation, consequently in the operari, it is subject to necessity, but in the esse, where it has determined itself as thing in itself, it is free. Whenever, therefore, we come to this, as happens here, all explanation by means of reasons and consequents ceases, and nothing remains for us but to say that here manifests itself the true freedom of the will, which belongs to it because it is the thing in itself, which, however, just as such, is groundless, i.e., knows no why. But on this account all understanding ceases for us here, because all our understanding depends upon the principle of sufficient reason, for it consists in the mere application of that principle. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44, Part 1, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 44. The Metaphysics of the Love of the Sexes. Part 1. Ye wise men, highly, deeply learned, who think it out and know, how, when, and where do all things pair, why do they kiss and love? Ye men of lofty wisdom, say what happened to me then. Search out and tell me where, how, when, and why it happened thus. Bürger. This chapter is the last of 4, whose various reciprocal relations, by virtue of which to a certain extent they constitute a subordinate whole, the attentive reader will recognize, without it being needful for me to interrupt my exposition by recalling them or referring to them. We are accustomed to see poets principally occupied with describing the love of the sexes. This is, as a rule, the chief theme of all dramatic works, tragical as well as comical, romantic as well as classical, Indian as well as European. Not less is it the material of by far the largest part of lyrical and also of epic poetry, especially if we class with the latter the enormous piles of romances which for centuries every year has produced in all the civilized countries of Europe as regularly as the fruits of the earth. As regards their main contents, all these works are nothing else than many-sided brief or lengthy descriptions of the passion we are speaking of. Moreover, the most successful pictures of it, such, for example, as Romeo and Juliet, La Nouvelle Héloïse, and Werther, have gained immortal fame. Yet when Rochefoucauld imagines that it is the same with passionate love as with ghosts, of which every one speaks but which no one has seen, and Lichtenberg also in his essay Über die Macht der Liebe disputes and denies the reality and naturalness of that passion, they are greatly in error. For it is impossible that something which is foreign and contrary to human nature, thus a mere imaginary caricature, could be unweariedly represented by poetic genius in all ages and received by mankind with unaltered interest, for nothing that is artistically beautiful can be without truth. Rien n'est beau que le vrai seul est aimable. Wow. Certainly, however, it is also confirmed by experience, although not by the experience of every day,
that which as a rule only appears as a strong yet still controllable inclination may rise under certain circumstances to a passion which exceeds all others in vehemence, and which then sets aside all considerations, overcomes all obstacles with incredible strength and perseverance, so that for its satisfaction life is risked without hesitation, nay, if that satisfaction is still withheld, is given as the price of it. Werthers and Jacopo Ortis exist not only in romance, but every year can show at least half a dozen of them in Europe. Sed ignotis perierunt mortibus illi, for their sorrows find no other chroniclers than the writers of official registers or the reporters of the newspapers. Yet the readers of the police news in English and French journals will attest the correctness of my assertion. Still greater, however, is the number of those whom the same passion brings to the madhouse. Finally, every year can show cases of the double suicide of a pair of lovers who are opposed by outward circumstances. In such cases, however, it is inexplicable to me how those who, certain of mutual love, expect to find the supremest bliss in the enjoyment of this, do not withdraw themselves from all connections by taking the extremest steps, and endure all hardships, rather than give up with life a pleasure which is greater than any other they can conceive. As regards the lower grades of that passion and the mere approaches to it, every one has them daily before his eyes, and, as long as he is not old, for the most part also in his heart. So then, after what has here been called to mind, no one can doubt either the reality or the importance of the matter. And therefore, instead of wondering that a philosophy should also for once make its own this constant theme of all poets, one ought rather to be surprised that a thing which plays throughout so important a part in human life has hitherto practically been disregarded by philosophers altogether, and lies before us as raw material. The one who has most concerned himself with it is Plato, especially in the Symposium and the Phaedrus. Yet what he says on the subject is confined to the sphere of myths, fables, and jokes, and also for the most part concerns only the Greek love of youths. The little that Rousseau says upon our theme in the Discours sur l'Angélité, page 96, is false and insufficient. Kant's explanation of the subject in the third part of the essay über das Gefühl des Schönen und Erhabenen, page 435 and following of Rosenkranz's edition, is very superficial and without practical knowledge. Therefore it is also partly incorrect. Lastly, Plotner's treatment of the matter in his Anthropology, sections 1347 and following, every one will find dull and shallow. On the other hand, Spinoza's definition, on account of its excessive naïveté, deserves to be quoted for the sake of amusement. Amor est titillatio concomitante idea causae externae. Ethica, chapter 4, propositio 44. Accordingly, I have no predecessors either to make use of or to refute. The subject has pressed itself upon me objectively, and has entered of its own accord into the connection of my consideration of the world. Moreover, least of all can I hope for approbation from those who are themselves under the power of this passion, and who accordingly seek to express the excess of their feelings in the sublimest and most ethereal images. To them my view will appear too physical, too material, however metaphysical and even transcendent it may be at bottom. Meanwhile, let them reflect that if the object which today inspires them to write madrigals and sonnets had been born 18 years earlier, it would scarcely have won a glance from them. For all love, however ethereally it may bear itself, is rooted in the sexual impulse alone, nay, it absolutely is only a more definitely determined, specialized, and indeed in the strictest sense individualized sexual impulse. If now, keeping this in view, one considers the important part which the sexual impulse in all its degrees and nuances plays, not only on the stage and in novels, but also in the real world, where, next to the love of life, it shows itself the strongest and most powerful of motives, constantly lays claim to half the powers and thoughts of the younger portion of mankind, is the ultimate goal of almost all human effort, exerts an adverse influence on the most important events, interrupts the most serious occupations every hour, sometimes embarrasses for a while even the greatest minds, does not hesitate to intrude, with its trash interfering with the negotiations of statesmen and the investigations of men of learning, knows how to slip its love letters and locks of hair even into ministerial portfolios and philosophical manuscripts, and no less devises daily the most entangled and the worst actions, destroys the most valuable relationships, breaks the firmest bonds, demands the sacrifice sometimes of life or health, sometimes of wealth, rank, and happiness, nay, robs those who are otherwise honest of all conscience, makes those who have hitherto been faithful traitors, accordingly on the whole appears as a malevolent demon that strives to pervert, confuse, and overthrow everything. Then one will be forced to cry, wherefore all this noise? Wherefore the straining and storming, the anxiety and want? It is merely a question of every Hans finding his Grete. Why should such a trifle play so important a part, and constantly introduce disturbance and confusion into the well-regulated life of man? But to the earnest investigator, the spirit of truth gradually reveals the answer. It is no trifle that is in question here. On the contrary, the importance of the matter is quite proportionate to the seriousness and ardor of the effort. The ultimate end of all love affairs, whether they are played in sock or cothurnus, is really more important than all other ends of human life, and is therefore quite worthy of the profound seriousness with which every one pursues it. That which is decided by it is nothing less than the composition of the next generation. The dramatis personae who shall appear when we are withdrawn are here determined, both as regards their existence and their nature, by these frivolous love affairs. As the beginning, the existentia of these future persons is absolutely conditioned by our sexual impulse generally, so their nature, essentia, is determined by the individual selection in its satisfaction, that is, by sexual love, and is in every respect irrevocably fixed by this. This is the key of the problem. We shall arrive at a more accurate knowledge of it in its application if we go through the degrees of love, from the passing inclination to the vehement passion, when we shall also recognize that the difference of these grades arises from the degree of the individualization of the choice. The collective love affairs of the present generation taken together are accordingly of the whole human race the serious meditatio compositionis generationis futurae, aequa iterum pendent innumerae generationes. This high importance of the matter, in which it is not a question of individual weal or woe, as in all other matters, but of the existence and special nature of the human race in future times, and therefore the will of the individual appears at a higher power as the will of the species. This it is on which the pathetic and sublime elements in affairs of love depend, which for thousands of years poets have never wearied of representing in innumerable examples, because no theme can equal in interest this one, which stands to all others which only concern the welfare of individuals as the solid body to the surface, because it concerns the weal and woe of the species. Just on this account, then, is it so difficult to impart interest to a drama without the element of love, and, on the other hand, this theme is never worn out even by daily use. That which presents itself in the individual consciousness as sexual impulse in general, without being directed towards a definite individual of the other sex, is in itself, and apart from the phenomenon, simply the will to live. But what appears in consciousness as a sexual impulse directed to a definite individual is in itself the will to live as a definitely determined individual. Now in this case the sexual impulse, although in itself a subjective need, knows how to assume very skilfully the mask of an objective admiration, and thus to deceive our consciousness, for nature requires this stratagem to attain its ends. But yet that in every case of falling in love, however objective and sublime this admiration may appear, what alone is looked to is the production of an individual of a definite nature is primarily confirmed by the fact that the essential matter is not the reciprocation of love, but possession, that is, the physical enjoyment. The certainty of the former can therefore by no means console us for the want of the latter. On the contrary, in such a situation many a man has shot himself. On the other hand, persons who are deeply in love and can obtain no return of it are contented with possession, that is, with the physical enjoyment. This is proved by all forced marriages, and also by the frequent purchase of the favor of a woman, in spite of her dislike, by large presents or other sacrifices, nay, even by cases of rape. That this particular child shall be begotten is, although unknown to the parties concerned, the true end of the whole love story. The manner in which it is attained is a secondary consideration. Now, however loudly persons of lofty and sentimental soul, and especially those who are in love, may cry out here about the gross realism of my view, they are yet in error. For is not the definite determination of the individualities of the next generation a much higher and more worthy end than those exuberant feelings and supersensible soap bubbles of theirs? Nay, among earthly aims, can there be one which is greater or more important? It alone corresponds to the profoundness with which passionate love is felt, to the seriousness with which it appears, and the importance which it attributes even to the trifling details of its sphere and occasion. Only so far as this end is assumed as the true one, do the difficulties encountered, the infinite exertions and annoyances made and endured for the attainment of the loved object, appear proportionate to the matter. For it is the future generation, in its whole individual determinateness, that presses into existence by means of these efforts and toils. Nay, it is itself already active in that careful, definite, and arbitrary choice for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse which we call love. The growing inclination of two lovers is really already the will to live of the new individual which they can and desire to produce. Nay, even in the meeting of their longing glances its new life breaks out, and announces itself as a future individuality, harmoniously and well composed. They feel the longing for an actual union and fusing together into a single being in order to live on only as this, and this longing receives its fulfillment in the child which is produced by them, as that in which the qualities transmitted by them both, fused and united in one being, live on. Conversely, the mutual, decided, and persistent aversion between a man and a maid is a sign that what they could produce would only be a badly organized, in itself inharmonious and unhappy being. Hence there lies a deeper meaning in the fact that Calderon, though he calls the atrocious Semiramis the daughter of the air, yet introduces her as the daughter of rape, followed by the murder of the husband. But finally, what draws two individuals of different sex exclusively to each other with such power is the will to live, which exhibits itself in the whole species, and which here anticipates in the individual which these two can produce an objectification of its nature answering to its aims. This individual will have the will or character from the father, the intellect from the mother, and the corporization from both. Yet, for the most part, the figure will take more after the father, the size after the mother, according to the law which comes out in the breeding of hybrids among the brutes, and principally depends upon the fact that the size of the fetus must conform to the size of the uterus. Just as inexplicable as the quite special individuality of any man, which is exclusively peculiar to him, is also the quite special and individual passion of two lovers. Indeed, at bottom the two are one and the same. The former is explicite what the latter was implicite. The moment at which the parents begin to love each other, to fancy each other, as the very happy English expression has it, is really to be regarded as the first appearance of a new individual, and the true punctum saliens of its life, and, as has been said, in the meeting and fixing of their longing glances there appears the first germ of the new being, which certainly, like all germs, is generally crushed out. This new individual is to a certain extent a new Platonic idea. And now, as all ideas strive with the greatest vehemence to enter the phenomenal world, eagerly seizing for this end upon the matter which the law of causality divides among them all, so also does this particular idea of a human individuality strive with the greatest eagerness and vehemence towards its realization in the phenomenon. This eagerness and vehemence is just the passion of the two future parents for each other. It has innumerable degrees, the two extremes of which may at any rate be described as Aphrodite Pandemas and Urania. In its nature, however, it is everywhere the same. On the other hand, it will be in degree so much the more powerful the more individualised it is, that is, the more the loved individual is exclusively suited, by virtue of all his or her parts and qualities, to satisfy the desire of the lover and the need established by his or her own individuality. What is really in question here will become clear in the further course of our exposition. Primarily and essentially, the inclination of love is directed to health, strength, and beauty, consequently also to youth, because the will first of all seeks to exhibit the specific character of the human species as the basis of all individuality. Ordinary amorousness, Aphrodite Pandemas, does not go much further. To these, then, more special claims link themselves on, which we shall investigate in detail further on, and with which, when they see satisfaction before them, the passion increases. But the highest degrees of this passion spring from that suitableness of two individualities to each other, on account of which the will, that is, the character of the father, and the intellect of the mother in their connection, make up precisely that individual towards which the will to live in general, which exhibits itself in the whole species, feels a longing proportionate to this its magnitude, and which therefore exceeds the measure of a mortal heart, and the motives of which in the same way lie beyond the sphere of the individual intellect. This is thus the soul of a true and great passion. Now the more perfect is the mutual adaptation of two individuals to each other in each of the many respects which have further to be considered, the stronger will be their mutual passion. Since there do not exist two individuals exactly alike, there must be for each particular man a particular woman, always with reference to what is to be produced, who corresponds most perfectly. A really passionate love is as rare as the accident of these two meeting. Since, however, the possibility of such a love is present in every one, the representations of it in the works of the poets are comprehensible to us. Just because the passion of love really turns about that which is to be produced, and its qualities, and because its kernel lies here, a friendship without any admixture of sexual love can exist between two young and good-looking persons of different sex, on account of the agreement of their disposition, character, and mental tendencies. Nay, as regards sexual love, there may even be a certain aversion between them. The reason of this is to be sought in the fact that a child produced by them would have physical or mental qualities which were inharmonious. In short, its existence in nature would not answer the ends of the will to live as it exhibits itself in the species. On the other hand, in the case of difference of disposition, character, and mental tendency, and the dislike, nay, enmity proceeding from this, sexual love may yet arise and exist, when it then blinds us to all that. And if it here leads to marriage, it will be a very unhappy one. End of chapter 44, part 1. Chapter 44, part 2, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 44, the Metaphysics of the Love of the Sexes. Part 2. Let us now set about the more thorough investigation of the matter. Egoism is so deeply rooted a quality of all individuals in general, that in order to rouse the activity of an individual being egoistical, ends are the only ones upon which we can count with certainty. Certainly the species has an earlier, closer, and greater claim upon the individual than the perishable individuality itself. Yet when the individual has to act, and even make sacrifices for the continuance and quality of the species, the importance of the matter cannot be made so comprehensible to his intellect, which is calculated merely with regard to individual ends, as to have its proportionate effect. Therefore, in such a case, nature can only attain its ends by implanting a certain illusion in the individual, on account of which that which is only a good for the species appears to him as a good for himself, so that when he serves the species he imagines he is serving himself, in which process a mere chimera, which vanishes immediately afterwards, floats before him, and takes the place of a real thing as a motive. This illusion is instinct. In the great majority of cases, this is to be regarded as the sense of the species, which presents what is of benefit to it to the will. Since, however, the will has here become individual, it must be so deluded that it apprehends through the sense of the individual what the sense of the species presents to it, thus imagines it is following individual ends, while in truth it is pursuing ends which are merely general, taking this word in its strictest sense. The external phenomenon of instinct we can best observe in the brutes, where its rôle is most important. But it is in ourselves alone that we arrive at a knowledge of its internal process, as of everything internal. Now it is certainly supposed that man has almost no instinct, at any rate only this, that the new‐born babe seeks for and seizes the breast of its mother. But in fact we have a very definite, distinct, and complicated instinct, that of the selection of another individual for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse, a selection which is so fine, so serious, and so arbitrary. With this satisfaction in itself, that is, so far as it is a sensual pleasure resting upon a pressing want of the individual, the beauty or ugliness of the other individual has nothing to do. Thus the regard for this which is yet pursued with such ardour, together with the careful selection which springs from it, is evidently connected not with the chooser himself, although he imagines it is so, but with the true end, that which is to be produced, which is to receive the type of the species as purely and correctly as possible. Through 1,000 physical accidents and moral aberrations there arise a great variety of deteriorations of the human form. Yet its true type, in all its parts, is always again established, and this takes place under the guidance of the sense of beauty, which always directs the sexual impulse, and without which this sinks to the level of a disgusting necessity. Accordingly, in the first place, every one will decidedly prefer and eagerly desire the most beautiful individuals, that is, those in whom the character of the species is most purely impressed. But secondly, each one will specially regard as beautiful in another individual those perfections which he himself lacks, nay, even those imperfections which are the opposite of his own. Hence, for example, little men love big women, fair persons like dark, etc., etc. The delusive ecstasy which seizes a man at the sight of a woman whose beauty is suited to him, and pictures to him a union with her as the highest good, is just the sense of the species, which, recognizing the distinctly expressed stamp of the same, desires to perpetuate it with this individual. Upon this decided inclination to beauty depends the maintenance of the type of the species. Hence it acts with such great power. We shall examine specially further on the considerations which it follows. Thus what guides man here is really an instinct which is directed to doing the best for the species, while the man himself imagines that he only seeks the heightening of his own pleasure. In fact, we have in this an instructive lesson concerning the inner nature of all instinct, which, as here, almost always sets the individual in motion for the good of the species. For clearly the pains with which an insect seeks out a particular flower, or fruit, or dung, or flesh, or, as in the case of the Ichneumonidae, the larva of another insect, in order to deposit its eggs there only, and to attain this end shrinks neither from trouble nor danger, is thoroughly analogous to the pains with which, for his sexual satisfaction, a man carefully chooses a woman with definite qualities which appeal to him individually, and strives so eagerly after her that in order to attain this end he often sacrifices his own happiness in life, contrary to all reason, by a foolish marriage, by love affairs which cost him wealth, honour, and life, even by crimes such as adultery or rape, all merely in order to serve the species in the most efficient way, although at the cost of the individual, in accordance with the will of nature which is everywhere sovereign. Instinct, in fact, is always an act which seems to be in accordance with the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without such a conception. Nature implants it wherever the acting individual is incapable of understanding the end, or would be unwilling to pursue it. Therefore, as a rule, it is given only to the brutes, and indeed especially to the lowest of them, which have least understanding. But almost only in the case we are here considering it is also given to man, who certainly could understand the end, but would not pursue it with the necessary ardour, that is, even at the expense of his individual welfare. Thus here, as in the case of all instinct, the truth assumes the form of an illusion in order to act upon the will. It is a voluptuous illusion which leads the man to believe he will find a greater pleasure in the arms of a woman whose beauty appeals to him than in those of any other, or which indeed, exclusively directed to a single individual, firmly convinces him that the possession of her will ensure him excessive happiness. Therefore he imagines he is taking trouble and making sacrifices for his own pleasure, while he does so merely for the maintenance of the regular type of the species. Or else a quite special individuality, which can only come from these parents, is to attain to existence. The character of instinct is here so perfectly present, thus an action which seems to be in accordance with the conception of an end, and yet is entirely without such a conception, that he who is drawn by that illusion often abhors the end which alone guides it, procreation, and would like to hinder it. Thus it is in the case of almost all illicit love affairs. In accordance with the character of the matter which has been explained, every lover will experience a marvellous disillusion after the pleasure he has at last attained, and will wonder that what was so longingly desired accomplishes nothing more than every other sexual satisfaction, so that he does not see himself much benefited by it. That wish was related to all his other wishes as the species is related to the individual, thus as the infinite to the finite. The satisfaction, on the other hand, is really only for the benefit of the species, and thus does not come within the consciousness of the individual, who, inspired by the will of the species, here served an end with every kind of sacrifice, which was not his own end at all. Hence, then, every lover, after the ultimate consummation of the great work, finds himself cheated, for the illusion has vanished by means of which the individual was here the dupe of the species. Accordingly, Plato very happily says, "Idoni apanton allozonestaton," that is, voluptas omlum maxime vaniloqua. But all this reflects light on the instincts and mechanical tendencies of the brutes. They also are, without doubt, involved in a kind of illusion, which deceives them with the prospect of their own pleasure, while they work so laboriously and with so much self-denial for the species. The bird builds its nest, the insect seeks the only suitable place for its eggs, or even hunts for prey, which, unsuited for its own enjoyment, must be laid beside the eggs as food for the future larvae. The bees, the wasps, the ants apply themselves to their skilful dwellings and highly complicated economy. They are all guided with certainty by an illusion, which conceals the service of the species under the mask of an egotistical end. This is probably the only way to comprehend the inner or subjective process that lies at the foundation of the manifestations of instinct. Outwardly, however, or objectively, we find in those creatures which are to a large extent governed by instinct, especially in insects, a preponderance of the ganglion system, that is, the subjective nervous system, over the objective or cerebral system, from which we must conclude that they are moved not so much by objective proper apprehension as by subjective ideas exciting desire, which arise from the influence of the ganglion system upon the brain, and accordingly by a kind of illusion. And this will be the physiological process in the case of all instinct. For the sake of illustration, I will mention as another example of instinct in the human species, although a weak one, the capricious appetite of women who are pregnant. It seems to arise from the fact that the nourishment of the embryo sometimes requires a special or definite modification of the blood which flows to it, upon which the food which produces such a modification at once presents itself to the pregnant woman as an object of ardent longing. Thus here also an illusion arises. Accordingly, woman has one instinct more than man, and the ganglion system is also much more developed in the woman. That man has fewer instincts than the brutes, and that even these few can be easily led astray, may be explained from the great preponderance of the brain in his case. The sense of beauty which instinctively guides the selection for the satisfaction of sexual passion is led astray when it degenerates into the tendency to pederasty, analogous to the fact that the bluebottle, Musca vomitoria, instead of depositing its eggs according to instinct in putrefying flesh, lays them in the blossom of the Arum dracunculus, deceived by the cadaverous smell of this plant. Now that an instinct entirely directed to that which is to be produced lies at the foundation of all sexual love, will receive complete confirmation from the fuller analysis of it, which we cannot therefore avoid. First of all, we have to remark here that by nature man is inclined to inconstancy in love, woman to constancy. The love of the man sinks perceptibly from the moment it has obtained satisfaction. Almost every other woman charms him more than the one he already possesses. He longs for variety. The love of the woman, on the other hand, increases just from that moment. This is a consequence of the aim of nature, which is directed to the maintenance, and therefore to the greatest possible increase, of the species. The man can easily beget over 100 children a year. The woman, on the contrary, with however many men, can yet only bring one child a year into the world, leaving twin births out of account. Therefore the man always looks about after other women. The woman, again, sticks firmly to the one man, for nature moves her, instinctively and without reflection, to retain the nourisher and protector of the future offspring. Accordingly, faithfulness in marriage is with the man artificial, with the woman it is natural, and thus adultery on the part of the woman is much less pardonable than on the part of the man, both objectively on account of the consequences, and also subjectively on account of its unnaturalness. But in order to be thorough and gain full conviction that the pleasure in the other sex, however objective it may seem to us, is yet merely disguised instinct, i.e., sense of the species, which strives to maintain its type, we must investigate more fully the considerations which guide us in this pleasure, and enter into the details of this, rarely as these details, which will have to be mentioned here, may have figured in a philosophical work before. These considerations divide themselves into those which directly concern the type of the species, i.e., beauty, those which are concerned with physical qualities, and lastly those which are merely relative, which arise from the requisite correction or neutralization of the one-sided qualities and abnormities of the two individuals by each other. We shall go through them one by one. The first consideration which guides our choice and inclination is age. In general, we accept the age from the years when menstruation begins to those when it ceases, yet we give the decided preference to the period from the 18th to the 28th year. Outside of those years, on the other hand, no woman can attract us. An old woman, that is, one who no longer menstruates, excites our aversion. Youth without beauty has still always attraction. Beauty without youth has none. Clearly, the unconscious end which guides us here is the possibility of reproduction in general. Therefore, every individual loses attraction for the opposite sex in proportion as he or she is removed from the fittest period for begetting or conceiving. The second consideration is that of health. Acute diseases only temporarily disturb us. Chronic diseases, or cachexia, repel us, because they are transmitted to the child. The third consideration is the skeleton, because it is the basis of the type of the species. Next to age and disease, nothing repels us so much as a deformed figure. Even the most beautiful face cannot atone for it. On the contrary, even the ugliest face, when accompanied by a straight figure, is unquestionably preferred. Further, we feel every disproportion of the skeleton most strongly. For example, a stunted, dumpy, short-boned figure, and many such. Also, a halting gait, where it is not the result of an extraneous accident. On the other hand, a strikingly beautiful figure can make up for all defects. It enchants us. Here also comes in the great value which all attach to the smallness of the feet. It depends upon the fact that they are an essential characteristic of the species. For no man has the tarsus and the metatarsus taken together so small as man, which accords with his upright walk. He is a plantigrade. Accordingly, Jesus Sirach also says in 26:23, according to the revised translation by Krauss, a woman with a straight figure and beautiful feet is like columns of gold in sockets of silver. The teeth also are important, because they are essential for nourishment and quite specially hereditary. The fourth consideration is a certain fullness of flesh, thus a predominance of the vegetative function of plasticity, because this promises abundant nourishment for the fetus. Hence great leanness repels us in a striking degree. A full female bosom exerts an exceptional charm upon the male sex, because, standing in direct connection with the female functions of propagation, it promises abundant nourishment to the newborn child. On the other hand, excessively fat women excite our disgust. The cause is that this indicates atrophy of the uterus, thus barrenness, which is not known by the head, but by instinct. The last consideration of all is the beauty of the face. Here also, before everything else, the bones are considered. Therefore we look principally for a beautiful nose, and a short turned-up nose spoils everything. A slight inclination of the nose downwards or upwards has decided the happiness and life of innumerable maidens, and rightly so, for it concerns the type of the species. A small mouth, by means of small maxillae, is very essential as specifically characteristic of the human countenance as distinguished from the muzzle of the brutes. A receding, or, as it were, cut-away chin is especially disagreeable, because mentum prominulum is an excessive characteristic of our species. Finally comes the regard for beautiful eyes and forehead. It is connected with the psychical qualities, especially the intellectual, which are inherited from the mother. The unconscious considerations which, on the other hand, the inclination of women follows naturally, cannot be so exactly assigned. In general, the following may be asserted. They give the preference to the age from 30 to 35 years, especially over that of youths who yet really present the height of human beauty. The reason is that they are not guided by taste, but by instinct, which recognizes in the age named the acme of reproductive power. In general, they look less to beauty, especially of the face. It is as if they took it upon themselves alone to impart this to the child. They are principally won by the strength of the man, and the courage which is connected with this. For these promise the production of stronger children, and also a brave protector for them. Every physical defect of the man, every divergence from the type, may with regard to the child be removed by the woman in reproduction, through the fact that she herself is blameless in these respects, or even exceeds in the opposite direction. Only those qualities of the man have to be accepted which are peculiar to his sex, and which therefore the mother cannot give to the child. Such are the manly structure of the skeleton, broad shoulders, slender hips, straight bones, muscular power, courage, beard, etc. Hence it arises that women often love ugly men, but never an unmanly man, because they cannot neutralize his defects. The second class of the considerations which lie at the foundation of sexual love are those which regard psychical qualities. Here we shall find that the woman is throughout attracted by the qualities of the heart or character in the man as those which are inherited from the father. The woman is won especially by firmness of will, decision, and courage, and perhaps also by honesty and good-heartedness. On the other hand, intellectual gifts exercise no direct and instinctive power over her, just because they are not inherited from the father. Want of understanding does a man no harm with women. Indeed, extraordinary mental endowment, or even genius, might sooner influence them unfavourably as an abnormity. Hence one often sees an ugly, stupid, and coarse fellow get the better of a cultured, able, and amiable man with women. Also, marriages from love are sometimes consummated between natures which are mentally very different. For example, the man is rough, powerful, and stupid, the woman tenderly sensitive, delicately thoughtful, cultured, aesthetic, etc. Or the man is a genius and learned, the woman a goose. Sic visum Veneri, qui placet impares, formas atque animos subjuga aenea, saevo mittere cum joco. The reason is that here quite other considerations than the intellectual predominate, those of instinct. End of chapter 44, part 2.
Chapter 44, part 3, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 44, The Metaphysics of the Love of the Sexes, part 3. The reason is that here quite other considerations than the intellectual predominate, those of instinct. In marriage, what is looked to is not intellectual entertainment, but the production of children. It is a bond of the heart, not of the head. It is a vain and absurd pretense when women assert that they have fallen in love with the mind of a man, or else it is the overstraining of a degenerate nature. Men, on the other hand, are not determined in their instinctive love by the qualities of character of the woman. Hence so many Socrateses have found their Xantippes, for example Shakespeare, Albrecht Dürer, Byron, etc. The intellectual qualities, however, certainly influence here, because they are inherited from the mother. yet their influence is easily outweighed by that of physical beauty, which acts directly as concerning a more essential point. However, it happens, either from the feeling or the experience of that influence, that mothers have their daughters taught the fine arts, languages, and so forth, in order to make them attractive to men, whereby they wish to assist the intellect by artificial means, just as, in case of need, they assist the hips and the bosom. Observe that here we are speaking throughout only of that entirely immediate instinctive attraction from which alone love properly so-called grows. That a woman of culture and understanding prizes understanding and intellect in a man, that a man from rational reflection should test and have regard to the character of his bride, has nothing to do with the matter with which we are dealing here. Such things lie at the bottom of a rational choice in marriage, but not of the passionate love which is our theme. Hitherto I have only taken account of the absolute considerations, that is, those which hold good for everyone. I come now to the relative considerations which are individual, because in their case what is looked to is the rectification of the type of the species, which is already defectively presented, the correction of the divergences from it, which the chooser's own person already bears in itself, and thus the return to the pure presentation of the type. Here, then, each one loves what he lacks. Starting from the individual constitution and directed to the individual constitution, the choice which rests upon such relative considerations is much more definite, decided, and exclusive than that which proceeds merely from the absolute considerations. Therefore, the source of really passionate love will lie, as a rule, in these relative considerations, and only that of the ordinary and slighter inclination in the absolute considerations. Accordingly, it is not generally precisely correct and perfect beauties that kindle great passions. For such a truly passionate inclination to arise, something is required which can only be expressed by a chemical metaphor. Two persons must neutralize each other like acid and alkali to a neutral salt. The essential conditions demanded for this are the following. First, all sex is one-sided. This one-sidedness is more distinctly expressed in one individual than in another. Therefore, in every individual, it can be better supplemented and neutralized by one than by another individual of the opposite sex. For each one requires a one-sidedness, which is the opposite of his own, to complete the type of humanity in the new individual that is to be produced, the constitution of which is always the goal towards which all tends. Physiologists know that manhood and womanhood admit of innumerable degrees, through which the former sinks to the repulsive gynander and hypospadias, and the latter rises to the graceful androgyne. From both sides, complete hermaphrodism can be reached, at which point stand those two individuals who, holding the exact mean between the two sexes, can be attributed to neither, and consequently are unfit to propagate the species. Accordingly, the neutralization of two individualities by each other, of which we are speaking, demands that the definite degree of his manhood should exactly correspond to the definite degree of her womanhood, so that the one-sidedness of each exactly annuls that of the other. Accordingly, the most manly man will seek the most womanly woman, and vice versa. And in the same way, every individual will seek another corresponding to him or her in degree of sex. Now, how far the required relation exists between two individuals is instinctively felt by them, and, together with the other relative considerations, lies at the foundation of the higher degrees of love. While, therefore, the lovers speak pathetically of the harmony of their souls, the heart of the matter is for the most part the agreement or suitableness pointed out here with reference to the being which is to be produced and its perfection, and which is also clearly of much more importance than the harmony of their souls, which often, not long after the marriage, resolves itself into a howling discord. Now, here come in the further relative considerations, which depend upon the fact that every one endeavours to neutralize by means of the other his weaknesses, defects, and deviations from the type, so that they will not perpetuate themselves or even develop into complete abnormities in the child which is to be produced. The weaker a man is as regards muscular power, the more will he seek for strong women, and the woman on her side will do the same.
But since now a less degree of muscular power is natural and regular in the woman, women as a rule will give the preference to strong men. Further, the size is an important consideration. Little men have a decided inclination for big women and vice versa. And indeed, in a little man, the preference for big women will be so much the more passionate if he himself was begotten by a big father, and only remains little through the influence of his mother, because he has inherited from his father the vascular system and its energy, which was able to supply a large body with blood. If, on the other hand, his father and grandfather were both little, that inclination will make itself less felt. At the foundation of the aversion of a big woman to big men lies the intention of nature to avoid too big a race, if with the strength which this woman could impart to them they would be too weak to live long. If, however, such a woman selects a big husband, perhaps for the sake of being more presentable in society, then, as a rule, her offspring will have to atone for her folly. Further, the consideration as to the complexion is very decided. Blondes prefer dark persons or brunettes, but the latter seldom prefer the former. The reason is that fair hair and blue eyes are in themselves a variation from the type, almost an abnormity, analogous to white mice, or at least to gray horses. In no part of the world, not even in the vicinity of the pole, are they indigenous except in Europe, and are clearly of Scandinavian origin. I may here express my opinion in passing that the white color of the skin is not natural to man, but that by nature he has a black or brown skin like our forefathers the Hindus; that consequently a white man has never originally sprung from the womb of nature, and that thus there is no such thing as a white race, much as this is talked of, but every white man is a faded or bleached one. Forced into the strange world where he only exists like an exotic plant, and like this requires in winter the hothouse, in the course of thousands of years man becomes white. The Gypsies, an Indian race which immigrated only about 4 centuries ago, show the transition from the complexion of the Hindu to our own. Therefore, in sexual love, nature strives to return to dark hair and brown eyes as the primitive type. But the white color of the skin has become a second nature, though not so that the brown of the Hindu repels us. Finally, each one also seeks in the particular parts of the body the corrective of his own defects and aberrations, and does so the more decidedly the more important the part is. Therefore snub-nosed individuals have an inexpressible liking for hooked noses, parrot faces, and it is the same with regard to all other parts. Men with excessively slim, long bodies and limbs can find beauty in a body which is even beyond measure stumpy and short. The considerations with regard to temperament act in an analogous manner. Each will prefer the temperament opposed to his own, yet only in proportion as his own is decided. Whoever is himself in some respect very perfect does not indeed seek and love imperfection in this respect, but is yet more easily reconciled to it than others, because he himself insures the children against great imperfection of this part. For example, whoever is himself very white will not object to a yellow complexion, but whoever has the latter will find dazzling whiteness divinely beautiful. The rare case in which a man falls in love with a decidedly ugly woman occurs when, besides the exact harmony of the degree of sex explained above, the whole of her abnormities are precisely the opposite and thus the corrective of his. The love is then wont to reach a high degree. The profound seriousness with which we consider and ponder each bodily part of the woman, and she on her part does the same, the critical scrupulosity with which we inspect a woman who begins to please us, the capriciousness of our choice, the keen attention with which the bridegroom observes his betrothed, his carefulness not to be deceived in any part, and the great value which he attaches to every excess or defect in the essential parts, all this is quite in keeping with the importance of the end. For the new being to be produced will have to bear through its whole life a similar part. For example, if the woman is only a little crooked, this may easily impart to her son a hump, and so in all the rest. Consciousness of all this certainly does not exist. On the contrary, everyone imagines that he makes that careful selection in the interest of his own pleasure, which at bottom cannot be interested in it at all. But he makes it precisely as, under the presupposition of his own corporization, is most in keeping with the interest of the species,
to maintain the type of which, as pure as possible, is the secret task. The individual acts here, without knowing it, by order of something higher than itself, the species. Hence the importance which it attaches to things which may and indeed must be indifferent to itself as such. There is something quite peculiar in the profound unconscious seriousness with which two young persons of opposite sex who see each other for the first time regard each other, in the searching and penetrating glance they cast at one another, in the careful review which all the features and parts of their respective persons have to endure. This investigating and examining is the meditation of the genius of the species on the individual which is possible through these two and the combination of its qualities. According to the result of this meditation is the degree of their pleasure in each other and their yearning for each other. This yearning, even after it has attained a considerable degree, may be suddenly extinguished again by the discovery of something that had previously remained unobserved. In this way, then, the genius of the species meditates concerning the coming race in all who are capable of reproduction. The nature of this race is the great work with which Cupid is occupied, unceasingly active, speculating and pondering. In comparison with the importance of his great affair, which concerns the species and all coming races, the affairs of individuals in their whole ephemeral totality are very trifling. Therefore he is always ready to sacrifice these regardlessly, for he is related to them as an immortal to mortals, and his interest to theirs as infinite to finite. Thus, in the consciousness of managing affairs of a higher kind than all those which only concern individual weal or woe, he carries them on sublimely, undisturbed in the midst of the tumult of war, or in the bustle of business life, or during the raging of a plague, and pursues them even into the seclusion of the cloister. We have seen in the above that the intensity of love increases with its individualization, because we have shown that the physical qualities of two individuals can be such that, for the purpose of restoring as far as possible the type of the species, the one is quite specially and perfectly the completion or supplement of the other, which therefore desires it exclusively. Already in this case a considerable passion arises, which at once gains a nobler and more sublime appearance from the fact that it is directed to an individual object and to it alone. Thus, as it were, arises at the special order of the species. For the opposite reason, the mere sexual impulse is ignoble, because without individualization it is directed to all, and strives to maintain the species only as regards quantity, with little respect to quality. But the individualizing, and with it the intensity of the love, can reach so high a degree that without its satisfaction all the good things in the world, and even life itself, lose their value. It is then a wish which attains a vehemence that no other wish ever reaches, and therefore makes one ready for any sacrifice, and, in case its fulfillment remains unalterably denied, may lead to madness or suicide. At the foundation of such an excessive passion there must lie, besides the considerations we have shown above, still others which we have not thus before our eyes. We must therefore assume that here not only the corporization, but the will of the man and the intellect of the woman are specially suitable to each other, in consequence of which a perfectly definite individual can be produced by them alone, whose existence the genius of the species has here in view for reasons which are inaccessible to us, since they lie in the nature of the thing in itself. Or, to speak more exactly, the will to live desires here to objectify itself in a perfectly definite individual, which can only be produced by this father with this mother. This metaphysical desire of the will in itself has primarily no other sphere of action in the series of existences than the hearts of the future parents, which accordingly are seized with this ardent longing, and now imagine themselves to desire on their own account what really for the present has only a purely metaphysical end, that is, an end which lies outside the series of actually existing things. Thus it is the ardent longing to enter existence of the future individual which has first become possible here, a longing which proceeds from the primary source of all being, and exhibits itself in the phenomenal world as the lofty passion of the future parents for each other, paying little regard to all that is outside itself. In fact, as an unparalleled illusion, on the account of which such a lover would give up all the good things of this world to enjoy the possession of this woman, who yet can really give him nothing more than any other. That yet it is just this possession that is kept in view here is seen from the fact that even this lofty passion, like all others, is extinguished in its enjoyment, to the great astonishment of those who are possessed by it. It also becomes extinct when, through the woman turning out barren, which, according to Hufeland, may arise from 19 accidental constitutional defects, the real metaphysical end is frustrated. Just as daily happens in millions of germs trampled underfoot, in which yet the same metaphysical life principle strives for existence, for which there is no other consolation than that an infinity of space, time, and matter, and consequently inexhaustible opportunity for return, stands open to the will to live. The view which is here expounded must once have been present to the mind of Theophrastus Paracelsus, even if only in a fleeting form, though he has not handled this subject, and my whole system of thought was foreign to him. For in quite a different context, and in his desultory manner, he wrote the following remarkable words: Hi sunt, quos Deus copilavit, ut eam, quae fuit Uriae et David, quamvis ex diametro sic enim sibi humana mens persuadebat, cum justo et legitimo matrimonio pugnaret hoc. Sed propter Salomonem, qui aliunde nasci non putuit, nisi ex Bathseba, conjuncto David semine, quamvis meretrice conjunxit eos Deus. De Vita Longa 1:5. The longing of love, the imeras, which the poets of all ages are unceasingly occupied with expressing in innumerable forms, and do not exhaust the subject, nay, cannot do it justice. This longing, which attaches the idea of endless happiness to the possession of a particular woman, and unutterable pain to the thought that this possession cannot be attained. This longing and this pain cannot obtain their material from the wants of an ephemeral individual. But they are the sighs of the spirit of the species, which sees here to be won or lost a means for the attainment of its ends which cannot be replaced, and therefore groans deeply. The species alone has infinite life, and therefore is capable of infinite desires, infinite satisfaction, and infinite pain. But these are here imprisoned in the narrow breast of a mortal. No wonder, then, if such a breast seems like to burst, and can find no expression for the intimations of infinite rapture or infinite misery with which it is filled. This then affords the materials for all erotic poetry of a sublime kind, which accordingly rises into transcendent metaphors, soaring above all that is earthly. This is the theme of Petrarch, the material for the Saint Preux, Werthers, and Jacopo Ortiz, who apart from it could not be understood nor explained. For that infinite esteem for the loved one cannot rest upon some spiritual excellences, or in general upon any objective real qualities of hers. For one thing, because she is often not sufficiently well known to the lover, as was the case with Petrarch. The spirit of the species alone can see at one glance what worth she has for it, for its ends. And great passions also arise, as a rule, at the first glance. Quote, "Who ever loved that loved not at first sight?" End quote. Shakespeare, As You Like It, 3:5. End of chapter 44, part 3. Chapter 44, part 4, of Supplements to the Fourth Book, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 3, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Chapter 44, The Metaphysics of the Love of the Sexes, part 4. In this regard, a passage in the romance of Guzman de Alfarache by Matteo Aleman, which has been famous for 250 years, is remarkable. No es necesario para que uno ame, que pase distancia de tiempo, que siga discurso, ni haga elección, sino que con aquella primera y sola vista concurran juntamente cierta correspondencia o consonancia, o lo que acá solemos vulgarmente decir una confrontación de sangre, a que por particular influxo suelen mover las estrellas. That is,
For one to love, it is not necessary that much time should pass, that he should set about reflecting and make a choice, but only that at that first and only glance a certain correspondence and consonance should be encountered on both sides, or that which in common life we are wont to call a sympathy of the blood, and to which a special influence of the stars generally impels. Accordingly, the loss of the loved one, through a rival or through death, is also for the passionate lover a pain that surpasses all others, just because it is of a transcendental kind, since it affects him not merely as an individual, but attacks him in his essentia aeterna, in the life of the species into whose special will and service he was here called. Hence jealousy is such torment and so grim, and the surrender of the loved one is the greatest of all sacrifices. A hero is ashamed of all lamentations except the lamentation of love, because in this it is not he, but the species that laments. In Calderon's Zenobia the Great, there is in the first act a scene between Zenobia and Decius, in which the latter says, Cielos, luego tu me quieres, perdiera cien mil victorias, volvierame, etc. Heaven, that is, heaven, then thou lovest me? For this I would lose 1,000 victories, would turn about, etc. Here honour, which hitherto outweighed every interest, is beaten out of the field as soon as sexual love, that is, the interest of the species, comes into play, and sees before it a decided advantage, for this is infinitely superior to every interest of mere individuals, however important it may be. Therefore to this alone honour, duty, and fidelity yield after they have withstood every other temptation, including the threat of death. In the same way, we find in private life that conscientiousness is in no point so rare as in this. It is here sometimes set aside even by persons who are otherwise honest and just, and adultery is recklessly committed when passionate love, that is, the interest of the species, has mastered them. It even seems as if in this they believe themselves to be conscious of a higher right than the interests of individuals can ever confer, just because they act in the interest of the species. In this reference, Chamfort's remark is worth noting. Quand un homme et une femme ont l'un pour l'autre une passion violente, il me semble toujours que quels que soient les obstacles qui les séparent, un mari, deux parents, etc. Les deux amants sont l'un à l'autre de par la nature qui s'appartiennent de droit divin, malgré les lois et les conventions humaines. Whoever is inclined to be incensed at this should be referred to the remarkable indulgence which the Saviour shows in the Gospel to the woman taken in adultery, and that he also assumes the same guilt in the case of all present. From this point of view, the greater part of the Decameron appears as mere mocking and jeering of the genius of the species at the rights and interests of individuals which it tramples underfoot. Differences of rank and all similar circumstances, when they oppose the union of passionate lovers, are set aside with the same ease and treated as nothing by the genius of the species, which, pursuing its ends that concern innumerable generations, blows off as spray such human laws and scruples. From the same deep-lying grounds, when the ends of passionate love are concerned, every danger is willingly encountered, and those who are otherwise timorous here become courageous. In plays and novels also we see with ready sympathy the young persons who are fighting the battle of their love, that is, the interest of the species, gain the victory over their elders who are thinking only of the welfare of the individuals. For the efforts of the lovers appear to us as much more important, sublime, and therefore right, than anything that can be opposed to them, as the species is more important than the individual. Accordingly, the fundamental theme of almost all comedies is the appearance of the genius of the species with its aims, which are opposed to the personal interest of the individuals presented, and therefore threaten to undermine their happiness. As a rule, it attains its end, which, as in accordance with poetical justice, satisfies the spectator, because he feels that the aims of the species are much to be preferred to those of the individual. Therefore, at the conclusion he leaves the victorious lovers quite confidently, because he shares with them the illusion that they have founded their own happiness, while they have rather sacrificed it to the choice of the species against the will and foresight of their elders. It has been attempted in single abnormal comedies to reverse the matter, and bring about the happiness of the individuals at the cost of the aims of the species. But then the spectator feels the pain which the genius of the species suffers, and is not consoled by the advantages which are thereby assured to the individuals. As examples of this, two very well-known little pieces occur to me, La Reine de Un and Le Mariage de Raison. In tragedies containing love affairs, since the aims of the species are frustrated, the lovers who were its tools generally perish also. For example, in Romeo and Juliet, Tancred, Don Carlos, Wallenstein, The Bride of Messina, and many others. The love of a man often affords comical, and sometimes also tragical phenomena. Taken possession of by the spirit of the species, he is now ruled by this, and no longer belongs to himself. His conduct thereby becomes unsuited to the individual. That which in the higher grades of love imparts such a tinge of poetry and sublimeness to his thoughts, which gives them even a transcendental and hyperphysical tendency, on account of which he seems to lose sight altogether of his real, very physical aim, is at bottom this, that he is now inspired by the spirit of the species, whose affairs are infinitely more important than all those which concern mere individuals, in order to find under the special directions of the spirit the whole existence of an indefinitely long posterity with this individual and exactly determined nature, which he can receive only from him as father and the woman he loves as mother, and which otherwise could never as such attain to existence, while the objectification of the will to live expressly demands this existence. It is the feeling that he is acting in affairs of such transcendent importance which raises the lover so high above everything earthly, nay, even above himself, and gives such a hyper-physical clothing to his very physical desires, that love becomes a poetical episode even in the life of the most prosaic man, in which last case the matter sometimes assumes a comical aspect. That mandate of the will which objectifies itself in the species exhibits itself in the consciousness of the lover under the mask of an anticipation of an infinite blessedness which is to be found for him in the union with this female individual. Now, in the highest grades of love, this chimera becomes so radiant that if it cannot be attained, life itself loses all charm, and now appears so joyless, hollow, and insupportable that the disgust at it even overcomes the fear of death, so that it is then sometimes voluntarily cut short. The will of such a man has been caught in the vortex of the will of the species, or this has obtained such a great predominance over the individual will that if such a man cannot be effective in the first capacity, he disdains to be so in the last. The individual is here too weak a vessel to be capable of enduring the infinite longing of the will of the species concentrated upon a definite object. In this case, therefore, the issue is suicide, sometimes the double suicide of the two lovers, unless to save life nature allows madness to intervene, which then covers with its veil the consciousness of that hopeless state. No year passes without proving the reality of what has been expounded by several cases of all these kinds. Not only, however, has the unsatisfied passion of love sometimes a tragic issue, but the satisfied passion also leads oftener to unhappiness than to happiness, for its demands often conflict so much with the personal welfare of him who is concerned that they undermine it, because they are incompatible with his other circumstances and disturb the plan of life built upon them. Nay, not only with external circumstances is love often in contradiction, but even with the lover's own individuality, for it flings itself upon persons who, apart from the sexual relation, would be hateful, contemptible, and even abhorrent to the lover. But so much more powerful is the will of the species than that of the individual, that the lover shuts his eyes to all those qualities which are repellent to him, overlooks all, ignores all, and binds himself forever to the object of his passion. So entirely is he blinded by that illusion, which vanishes as soon as the will of the species is satisfied, and leaves behind a detested companion for life. Only from this can it be explained that we often see very reasonable and excellent men bound to termagants and she-devils, and cannot conceive how they could have made such a choice. On this account the ancients represented love as blind. Indeed, a lover may even know distinctly and feel bitterly the faults of temperament and character of his bride, which promise him a miserable life, and yet not be frightened away. I ask not, I care not, if guilt's in thy heart. I know that I love thee, whatever thou art. For ultimately he seeks not his own things, but those of a third person, who has yet to come into being, although he is involved in the illusion that what he seeks is his own affair. But it is just this not seeking of one's own things which is everywhere the stamp of greatness, that gives to passionate love also a touch of sublimity, and makes it a worthy subject of poetry. Finally, sexual love is compatible even with the extremest hatred towards its object. Therefore Plato has compared it to the love of the wolf for the sheep. This case appears when a passionate lover, in spite of all efforts and entreaties, cannot obtain a favourable hearing on any condition. I love her and hate her. Shakespeare, Cymbeline 3:5. The hatred of the loved one, which then is kindled, sometimes goes so far that the lover murders her and then himself. One or two examples of this generally happen every year. They will be found in the newspapers. Therefore Goethe's lines are quite correct. By all despised love, by hellish element, would that I knew a worse, that I might swear by. It is really no hyperbole if a lover describes the coldness of his beloved and the delight of her vanity, which feeds on his sufferings, as cruelty. For he is under the influence of an impulse which, akin to the instinct of insects, compels him, in spite of all grounds of reason, to pursue his end unconditionally, and to undervalue everything else. He cannot give it up. Not one but many a Petrarch has there been who was compelled to drag through life the unsatisfied ardour of love, like a fetter, an iron weight at his foot, and breathe his sighs in lonely woods. But only in the one Petrarch dwelt also the gift of poetry, so that Goethe's beautiful lines hold good of him. And when in misery the man was dumb, a god gave me the power to tell my sorrow. In fact, the genius of the species wages war throughout with the guardian geniuses of individuals, is their pursuer and enemy, always ready relentlessly to destroy personal happiness in order to carry out its ends. Nay, the welfare of whole nations has sometimes been sacrificed to its humours. An example of this is given us by Shakespeare in Henry VI, Part 3, Act 3, Scenes 2 and 3. All this depends upon the fact that the species, as that in which the root of our being lies, has a closer and earlier right to us than the individual. Hence its affairs take precedence. From the feeling of this, the ancients personified the genius of the species in Cupid, a malevolent, cruel, and therefore ill-reputed god, in spite of his childish appearance, a capricious, despotic demon, but yet lord of gods and men. Zeudo theon tyranne kanthropon eros, that is, tu deorum hominumque tyranne amor. A deadly shot, blindness and wings are his attributes. The latter signify inconstancy, and this appears, as a rule, only with the disillusion which is the consequence of satisfaction. Because the passion depended upon an illusion which represented that which has only value for the species as valuable for the individual, the deception must vanish after the attainment of the end of the species. The spirit of species which took possession of the individual sets it free again. Forsaken by this spirit, the individual falls back into its original limitation and narrowness, and sees with wonder that after such a high, heroic, and infinite effort, nothing has resulted for its pleasure but what every sexual gratification affords. Contrary to expectation, it finds itself no happier than before. It observes that it has been the dupe of the will of the species. Therefore, as a rule, a Theseus who has been made happy will forsake his Ariadne. If Petrarch's passion had been satisfied, his song would have been silenced from that time forth, like that of the bird as soon as the eggs are laid. Here let me remark in passing that however much my metaphysics of love will displease the very persons who are entangled in this passion, yet if rational considerations in general could avail anything against it, the fundamental truth disclosed by me would necessarily fit one more than anything else to subdue it. But the saying of the old comedian will no doubt remain true: Quae res in se neque consilium, neque modum habet ullum, eam consilio regere non potes. Marriages from love are made in the interests of the species, not of the individuals. Certainly the persons concerned imagine they are advancing their own happiness, but their real end is one which is foreign to themselves, for it lies in the production of an individual which is only possible through them. Brought together by this aim, they ought henceforth to try to get on together as well as possible. But very often the pair brought together by that instinctive illusion, which is the essence of passionate love, will in other respects be of very different natures. This comes to light when the illusion vanishes, as it necessarily must. Accordingly, love marriages, as a rule, turn out unhappy, for through them the coming generation is cared for at the expense of the present. Quien se casa por amores ha de vivir con dolores. Who marries from love must live in sorrow, says the Spanish proverb. The opposite is the case with marriages contracted for purposes of convenience, generally in accordance with the choice of the parents. The considerations prevailing here, of whatever kind they may be, are at least real, and cannot vanish of themselves. Through them, however, the happiness of the present generation is certainly cared for, to the disadvantage of the coming generation, and notwithstanding this, it remains problematical. The man who in his marriage looks to money more than to the satisfaction of his inclination lives more in the individual than in the species, which is directly opposed to the truth. Hence it appears unnatural and excites a certain contempt. A girl who, against the advice of her parents, rejects the offer of a rich and not yet old man, in order, setting aside all considerations of convenience, to choose according to her instinctive inclination alone, sacrifices her individual welfare to the species. But just on this account one cannot withhold from her a certain approbation, for she has preferred what is of most importance, and has acted in the spirit of nature, that is, more exactly, of the species, while the parents advised in the spirit of individual egoism. In accordance with all this, it appears as if in making a marriage either the individual or the interests of the species must come off a loser. And this is generally the case, for that convenience and passionate love should go hand in hand is the rarest of lucky accidents. The physical, moral, or intellectual deficiency of the nature of most men may to some extent have its ground in the fact that marriages are ordinarily entered into, not from pure choice and inclination, but from all kinds of external considerations, and on account of accidental circumstances. If, however, besides convenience, inclination is also to a certain extent regarded, this is, as it were, an agreement with the genius of the species. Happy marriages are well known to be rare, just because it lies in the nature of marriage that its chief end is not the present, but the coming generation. However, let me add, for the consolation of tender loving natures, that sometimes passionate sexual love associates itself with a feeling of an entirely different origin, real friendship based upon agreement of disposition, which yet for the most part only appears when sexual love proper is extinguished in its satisfaction. This friendship will then generally spring from the fact that the supplementing and corresponding physical, moral, and intellectual qualities of the two individuals from which sexual love arose, with reference to the child to be produced, are, with reference also to the individuals themselves, related to each other in a supplementary manner, as opposite qualities of temperament and mental gifts, and thereby form the basis of a harmony of disposition. The whole metaphysics of love here dealt with stands in close connection with my metaphysics in general, and the light which it throws upon this may be summed up as follows. We have seen that the careful selection for the satisfaction of the sexual impulse, a selection which rises through innumerable degrees up to that of passionate love, depends upon the highly serious interest which man takes in the special personal constitution of the next generation. Now this exceedingly remarkable interest confirms two truths which have been set forth in the preceding chapters. 1. The indestructibility of the true nature of man, which lives on in that coming generation. For that interest which is so lively and eager, and does not spring from reflection and intention, but from the inmost characteristics and tendencies of our nature, could not be so indelibly present and exercise such great power over man if he were absolutely perishable, and were merely followed in time by a race actually and entirely different from him. 2. That his true nature lies more in the species than in the individual. For that interest in the special nature of the species, which is the root of all love, from the passing inclination to the serious passion, is for every one really the highest concern, the success or failure of which touches him most sensibly. Therefore it is called par excellence the affair of the heart. Moreover, when this interest has expressed itself strongly and decidedly, everything which merely concerns one's own person is postponed and necessarily sacrificed to it. Through this, then, man shows that the species lies closer to him than the individual, and he lives more immediately in the former than in the latter. Why does the lover hang with complete abandonment on the eyes of his chosen one, and is ready to make every sacrifice for her? Because it is his immortal part that longs after her, while it is only his mortal part that desires everything else. That vehement or intense longing directed to a particular woman is accordingly an immediate pledge of the indestructibility of the kernel of our being, and of its continued existence in the species. But to regard this continued existence as something trifling and insufficient is an error which arises from the fact that under the conception of the continued life of the species, one thinks nothing more than the future existence of beings similar to us, but in no regard identical with us. And this again because, starting from knowledge directed towards without, one takes into consideration only the external forms of the species as we apprehend it in perception, and not its inner nature. But it is just this inner nature which lies at the foundation of our own consciousness as its kernel, and hence indeed is more immediate than this itself, and, as thing in itself, free from the principium individuationis, is really the same and identical in all individuals, whether they exist together or after each other. Now this is the will to live, thus just that which desires life and continuance so vehemently. This accordingly is spared and unaffected by death. It can attain to no better state than its present one, and consequently for it, with life, the constant suffering and striving of the individuals is certain. To free it from this is reserved for the denial of the will to live, as the means by which the individual will breaks away from the stem of the species, and surrenders that existence in it. We lack conceptions for that which it now is. Indeed, all data for such conceptions are wanting. We can only describe it as that which is free to be will to live or not. Buddhism denotes the latter case by the word nirvana, the etymology of which was given in the note at the end of chapter 41. It is the point which remains forever unattainable to all human knowledge, just as such. If now, from the standpoint of this last consideration, we contemplate the turmoil of life, we behold all occupied with its want and misery, straining all their powers to satisfy its infinite needs and to ward off its multifarious sorrows, yet without daring to hope anything else than simply the preservation of this tormented existence for a short span of time. In between, however, in the midst of the tumult, we see the glances of two lovers meet longingly. Yet why so secretly, fearfully, and stealthily? Because these lovers are the traitors who seek to perpetuate the whole want and drudgery, which would otherwise speedily reach an end. This they wish to frustrate, as others like them have frustrated it before. This consideration already passes over into the subject of the following chapter. End of chapter 44. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.